Just prior to calling the council meeting to order, I wanted to take a moment to recognize two women we've lost recently who contributed to our city far beyond what anyone might expect of a single individual, and whose work in our community will far exceed their earthly lives. Teresa Stevenson passed away on January 25th. She was the co-founder of Chili for Children. That began almost 4 decades ago, and it's a program that continues to feed more than 870 children 3 days a week in our city. In her lifetime, Teresa received numerous awards, including the National Aboriginal Achievement Award, the Saskatchewan Order of Merit, and is a member of the Order of Canada. She served as a senator to the Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations. She was vocal in her assertion that First Nations women play a leading role in their communities and in leadership, and she embodied that every day of her life. To use the words she used to describe her own father, who was former Chief Joseph Larat of Cowessess First Nation, she had a heart for others besides herself. Our community also lost Jackie Shumiacher, who passed away last week on February 1st. She was a generous philanthropist and avid supporter of the arts in our community. She served as chair of the National Conference of the Canadian Club, the Regina Musical Club, the Regina Film Club, sat as trustee on the Government House Foundation, Board of Governors of the Dominion Drama Festival and the Regina Symphony Orchestra, and served as executive on the Women's Business and Professional Association. The beneficiaries of her generosity and her husband Morris's are numerous and extend past the arts into animals and Indigenous education. In her lifetime, she also received numerous awards, including the Queen Elizabeth II Golden Jubilee Medal, the Saskatchewan Order of Merit, and she was also a member of the Order of Canada. She was born in France poor by any measure and became an immigrant and settler in Canada. She was a graduate, attendee of Scott Collegiate, clearly lived her life with the premise that giving back and supporting and sharing the arts was her way to inspire happiness, creativity, and help others find themselves through artistic expression and appreciation. To the family and friends of these outstanding women, recipients of the highest civilian honor in Canada, we offer our heartfelt condolences, but more than that, we share the celebration of their lives and hold a deep appreciation for their presence in our city. The lives they lived are forever woven into the fabric of our community. I'll now call council to order. Welcome to February 10th, 2021 council meeting. We acknowledge that we are on the traditional lands of the Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. To ensure social distancing measures are being met during this time, some members of council and city administration are attending the meeting today through video conferencing. I would like to remind those members who are attending through video conferencing, ensure your video camera and microphones are turned off. If a member of council wishes to speak, they enter their name in the chat window in order to be placed in a speaking queue. When speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera, and all votes will be conducted with a recorded vote. Delegations will be attending the meeting today through teleconferencing to address council on various items on the agenda. Confirmation of agenda. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda?
I will at the move of the chair.
So moved, Hawkins.
Thank you.
At the call.
Any opposed? Can I have approval of the minutes? Can I have someone move a motion to approve the meeting minutes from the City Council meeting dated January 27th? Councillor Mole. Any error or omissions? Seeing none. Any opposed? Sorry, I need a seconder. Apologies. I need a seconder. Thank you. Councillor Stevens. Seeing none opposed. I am moving agenda number 21-14 ahead to be first on the agenda. I'll give you a minute to find 2114. It's relative to the towns. Do I need a motion for that? Do I need a motion to move it forward on the agenda? Okay. Thank you. On 2114, Regina Planning Commission zoning bylaw amendment for the towns, stage 1H. We have a delegation on the phone. I would like to call upon delegation Kathy and Jack Lawrence. Please introduce yourself for the record and the organization you're representing. You have 5 minutes to address council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions the members of council may have for you. Welcome to Kathy and Jack Lawrence.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Hello to you, Mayor Masters and City of Regina Council. My name is Kathy Lawrence, and I'm here with Terra Development. I'm with Terra Development, representing the town's neighborhood. I'm here today with a special guest helping me make my presentation on Stage 1H of the town subdivision. Mr. Jack Lawrence is here representing his grade 6 class at St. Gabriel's School. He is here today to speak about his class involvement with designing the park space. With that being said, I would also like to give a special shout out to Mrs. Hayward and all the students in her class that are currently watching and listening into the live stream. The application before you is for zoning and subdivision approval for Stage 1H of the town. This area will complete the first phase of development and bring on the much anticipated park space along with the much awaited extension of Buckingham Drive. Last fall, we opened up the first point of access into the town from Woodland Grove Drive onto Buckingham, and with approvals today, we will be able to complete the rest of Buckingham, which will be the final connection through to Chuka Boulevard.
Hello, Mayor Masters and City of Regina Council. My name is Jack Lawrence. I'm a grade 6 student in Mrs. Hayward's class at St. Gabriel School. I'm here today to tell you about our involvement to help with design this park space. Last year, we worked with Stantec Architecture, with the landscape architects, and Terra Development, who are the land development managers of the towns. We helped them decide on park elements, develop the theme, and even came up with the park name. The elements that we helped select for this park are an athletic field, pathways, a playground space, ordered rink, skating loop, the passive skating area, fenced dog area, and a picnic and gathering areas. I'm excited to announce that the park theme will be trains, and the space will mimic all small train stops, and the park name we'll be putting forward is Horizon Station Park. This name was one of the 5 that my class had helped develop. My class and I have enjoyed the opportunity to be involved in this project, and we cannot wait to share this with the rest of the community. I kindly ask that you approve this area today, as my classmates and I are really excited for this project to happen.
Further to the train theme, this park space is being designed with the intent of the entire neighborhood to be able to gather in one quality park space with lots of different activities to choose from. The vibe of the town is to evoke a sense of community and have got common gathering places for the residents to hang out. We are thrilled to be able to bring this community a park that will be used for all seasons. I think this winter is telling of how much we all actually embrace winter when there's things for us to do. Although the park project with the students didn't completely go as we had planned, I can't thank the students enough for their help and ideas. It was a really cool way to handle community engagement, and we would have never gotten to the design we did without their help. With their input and inspiration, we are confident this is going to be a very vibrant park space that lots of people will be enjoying. Obviously, the park is the gem of this stage of development and the focus of our presentation today. But if there are any questions about the park or the rest of the area, we would be happy to answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Do any of the members have questions of the delegation? Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Mayor Masters, and thank you, Jack, for coming before council and sharing the story regarding your class being involved. I just have a couple questions for you. How did your class come up with the park name? Through you, Madam Chair.
Through you, Mayor Masters. The town is meant to pay tribute to small towns of the province that no longer. Not only does the definition of horizon mean where the earth meets the sky, but it also is the name that what towns once existed. And it was a regular stop along the Canadian Pacific Rail. Small towns aspect, and the images of Saskatchewan's wonderful horizons.
Thank you. Sorry, Jack, you cut out there. Sorry, what is the name of the park?
Horizon Station Park.
Okay.
We can't quite hear you.
The name was Horizon Station Park.
Oh, Horizon Station Park. Great. Okay, thank you for that. Great. Okay, awesome. Can I just ask, I know I was able to come into the class at least one time, and I enjoyed being there with you and your classmates and seeing the excitement. What do you think that was, in your eyes, was the best piece about how you and your class, worked towards designing this inclusive park space?
Through you, Mary Masters. While we were designing, we were always asking ourselves how other people would feel about this space. At school, we talked a lot about different cultures, identities, abilities, and how important it is to live our lives through empathy. We first decided that what we wanted, and then thought about others, because this is a park space for an entire community, and we tried to make sure there was something for everybody.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, Jack, and to all of the grade 6 class for helping develop this park that you guys are all going to be able to play in. So again, thank you for your contribution.
Councillor Fundora.
What do we got there? Thank, is Byron on our light screen? Thank you, Mayor Masters. Appreciate that. Thank you for presenting. Ms. Lawrence, you appeared at the Planning Commission, and then the comments you've made about the skating rink, the ice rink, that would be like a multi-use. For the summer, it will be used for basketball. Did I hear that correct? That will be for the summer use, it will be converted into basketball? Through you, Mayor Masters.
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes, that is correct. There is a focus for this park to have winter activities, but we also want those activities to be multi-use and spaces that are able to be utilized and activated in the warmer months as well.
Okay, thank you to you, Mayor Masters. And then the discussion was about because the park is not just going to be used for the area residents that live in the area. There'll be individuals coming in from out of the area into the area to use the park. And the question was asked about parking. Can you give me a little bit? Can you tell me how that's going to behave or how that's going to work for parking for others than just someone that's going to walk in or bike in or however?
Yeah. Through you, Mayor Masters. Absolutely. So while this space is still considered a neighborhood level park, we do acknowledge that there is the likelihood that people will drive to this as a destination point, especially in the winter, because of the rink and the winter activities that we're going to be offering. So there is ample parking options around the park in the subdivision. We did complete a parking assessment, and we were able to determine that there are actually up to 373 permitted parking spots in phase 1 of this development, with about 75 of those directly in stage 1H. So I think there'll be lots of areas for people to drive and park and enjoy this space.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Mayor Master. I'm good. Thank you.
Councillor Shaw.
Hi, thank you, Jack and Kathy, for your presentation. Jack, I have to commend you on your integrity and your thoughtfulness in designing this in the grade 6 class. Through you, Mayor Masters. Jack, I'd just like to ask you a quick little question. You know, you consulted and thought about other people when you were designing this and when you were putting your ideas into this. Can you please tell the council and people that are listening how you guys thought of and came to the conclusion of doing this? What was your mind frame? Because I understand from our conversation before, you have swings and stuff that are for wheelchair people and stuff. So just where was your thought going with this, and how did you come up with this great idea in the classroom? Come up with this idea?
Through you, Mayor Masters, we were thinking about that, how it's important to include everybody, and how not many people would get this experience to help design a park space. So we thought it would be good to include everybody and make this a fun place for all of Regina.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you very, very much, Jack. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, I just want to say thank you again for your presentation and addressing council. Jack, if I could highlight a line from your presentation, to live our lives with empathy. Outstanding, and kudos to you and your fellow classmates. Have a great day.
Thank you, everyone.
Are they on? Amber? Amber, are they gone? Okay, just hold 1 minute. They're gone? Thank you. I just ask again, anybody on video conferencing, please mute your phones. We'll now consider CR 2114, Regina Planning Commission. Councillor Findura, can you introduce the report, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Masters. I introduce the CR 2114 zoning bylaw amendment in the town's stage 1H. The City Council approved the zoning bylaw amendment application to rezone a portion of lands within the town's consent plan. Can I get a second there?
Councillor Brasciani?
Councillor Brasciani, thank you. Mayor Masters, Kathy Lawrence from Terra Development presented and answered questions from the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission had a very good discussion about the proposed plan to amending the zoning bylaw. Questions about traffic flow, accessible play structures, accessible parking, speed zones, the hockey rink, all the amenities in that park. So we had a very nice discussion. The proposal is to rezone a portion of the lands from urban holding to residential urban and low-rise. This will accommodate for range of residential housing. Changing the MR4 urban holding to public service, this will allow for development of a public park space. That will feature an outdoor ice rink. This proposal aligns with the approved town concept plan. Madam Masters, Planning Commission voted unanimously on this one, and the Commission adopted a resolution to concur in the recommendation containing in this report. Back to you. Thank you.
The floor is open for questions. Councillor Brasciani?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Just for administration, on lots in the area of 33 and 32, in that area, what is the width of those lots? Through you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Howard?
Through you, Madam Mayor. On Appendix A3, they vary, but they're ranging from 6.38 meters, the lowest being 5.4 meters, I believe. So they vary between that width.
To you, Madam, is that in feet? What is that? Would that be 25 feet?
Yeah, between 20 and 24. Sorry, I'll just get my metric
That's
conversion
fine.
calculator.
Okay, so it's okay. I get it. They're really narrow. I guess we've had some discussions with council here and talking about kind of this tight housing that's happening, and I understood that, and I know these are also, they have a lane here on these ones that back them, and I know we've had some discussions around this council table that these with the back lanes, they were not going to be kind of accepted or recommended to be built any longer. Just with the fact that, or it was a discussion that we've had regarding some of the concerns that have come with these lane suites, break and enters, the clearing of snow, they're very narrow themselves, that people don't park usually in those back lanes anyway. So I guess I'm asking administration, is this something that we're going to be continuing to allow, is to have these back lanes? Because if you go to the Harbour Landing, Greens on Gardner, there's a real, a lot of these laneways that are concerns for a lot of people. Can I ask the question through administration, what the thought is there on those laneway?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So lanes, we're not prohibiting lanes. Lanes are all built to the design standards. What we were experiencing in other newer subdivisions was that at the time the developers were not putting in the parking pads, and that's why homeowners weren't using them in the back. What we've seen is that the developers and builders have now been putting in the parking pads in the back so that people will use them. We do work with developers with respect to the designs, and we're not sold on lanes or without lanes. It's about what's the best design, and also what's the best design for the product type that they're delivering. I believe in this case they are attached dwelling units. That's why you see the smaller lots, because they're actually an attached dwelling type that will be built on those properties. They won't be single family dwellings.
That's right.
So it is a discussion with the developer, with the design. We are working with the development community right now on neighborhood design criteria. So that work is starting this year. We're working with the RHBA to talk about all of these issues that we've heard at council, such as where does garbage bins go, rear lanes, lot widths, and those sorts of things. So that work will go on during this year with that group. But right now it meets all of the requirements for the widths that are required in our regulations.
Okay. Just the last question in regards to front-facing. Buckingham is considered a collector, or is it, do you know, through you, Madam Chair?
Through you, Madam Chairman, I might ask Mr. Searle to confirm that if Buckingham is a collector or an arterial.
Thank you.
Yes, through you, Mayor Masters, Buckingham Drive is a collector roadway at that location.
Thank you. These would all be front-facing, and I know, speaking with developers, they seem to get on some of these roadways, which are collector but arterial roadways. We're having discussions where why wouldn't we want to have homes, and Buckingham still being a collector, I guess, but it's going to be front-facing. Why wouldn't we want to have some of these homes backing these roadways instead of having children playing in the front? Through you, Madam Chair.
Through you, Madam Chairman. So that's really with the developers and their requirements for their subdivision and their overall design. When there is a park feature like this, most people want to look at the park and have eyes on the park, which is SEPTED principles for safety. So it's not that we are opposed, but obviously with neighborhood designs, and as I said, with the streets and the park, we want to have the eyes on the park for safety and those sorts of things. So, but it is conversations that we do have with the developers, and they bring in their plans and they design their subdivisions, and we give them feedback with regards to how it impacts the overall transportation system, parks, and all of that.
Yeah.
But in this case, the developer has requested this. The one thing that we do have, and you'll see it in this, is that we typically don't have houses right on the park. There was an amendment which did allow for housing lots to be right on the park.
Okay. Councillor Fundura had asked just about the parking and the parking in front. So will there be driveways, or will it just be parking, they can park in the front? I guess the concern is that as long as it's a public park, as long as these homeowners realize that they can't park in front of that park, so when people come to utilize that park, there's no parking.
Through you, Madam Chairman. So within the stage 1H, there is about 373 permitted parking stalls available, and a total of 75 on-street parking stalls available within that whole area. Each lot is required to have one parking stall as per the zoning bylaw. In this case, I believe these will all be at the rear, but I might ask Mr. Searle to confirm that, because I do believe, like I said, that they were attached rear access lanes, but I would ask Mr. Searle to confirm that. Oh, before he does, there is going to be, my understanding is that within the MR4 park space, I think there was a question at RPC with regards to this, whether or not there'd be parking in that space, and it was indicated that there would be, in addition to on-street.
Okay.
But I'll ask Mr. Searle
Okay.
just to confirm the parking locations for lots, block 33 and 32.
Yes, through you, Mayor Masters. On those two blocks, which would overlook the park, there would be no driveways along there, as there is a lane access provided. And in order to have driveways there would need to be a lane access overlay zone applied, which is not proposed in this case.
Okay. And sorry, this is my final question, Mayor Masters. Just in regards to the density, I've talked about this quite often. We, in the OCP, it talks about 50 person per hectare. I would, and it's very hard to find a single family lot now, and they are in demand, is what I've heard. These are very, very narrow. I'm going to ask that if at some time, if there'd be an undertaking to understand what the density is in the Greens, the Towns, and the Eastbrook, because I think we're way above the 50 person per hectare. Is that something that could be provided? So I think, because I'm hearing from developers, they have to stay within the 50 person per hectare, but I think when you look at the density, that I think we're way over that. I'm not sure. Would that be something that administration would be able to report back to, so we know where we are? Through you, Madam Chair.
Through you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, we can provide you that. I think my team is actually pulling that information together for you. I guess it would be whether or not council wants all of that information. The OCP talks about a minimum of 50 persons per hectare. It doesn't mean that every development has to meet that 50. It's overall within the whole concept plan, like within that neighborhood. So developers can put in requirements for single family lots. It means that the overall development, though, for a large area should have a minimum of 50. So yes, in certain circumstances, especially with apartments and things of that nature, you'll be way over the 50 persons per hectare. And then in other areas, you'll have low density single family dwellings. It's about finding that average to meet the overall. So I just want to make sure people understand that it's not that we're saying no to single family dwellings, because we need to have that diverse housing type, but it's about how do you find all the different housing types. What we're seeing is that because of price points, what the market is bearing is a lot of these, what we're seeing come in, and you've seen them at council here with RPC, is a lot of them are these type of developments because they're the more affordable housing unit that's being developed right now. But in no way do we restrict that they can't have single family. They can. Just overall, we need to see that minimum 50.
Yeah, thank you for that, for the clarity. I understand it would be, I would be interesting to see what the overall, I think we're above the 50, but I would like to know where we are, because again, I think it's important that if developers want to, in that area, that there be some single family, because I know that's in demand. I would prefer that if it's undertaking to come back to me, that's fine. I don't know if the rest of council wants it, but I would take that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Mole?
I had a phone call yesterday from somebody in Garden Ridge, and they're talking about sidewalks. Now, I don't know the width of the street here on Buckingham Drive, but I'm looking at the blueprint. Is there sidewalks on both sides?
Through you, Madam Chairman, I might ask Mr. Searle to go through the details of the cross-section.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I might actually ask Mr. Ben Mario to respond to the question.
Through Mayor Masters, yes, along Buckingham there would be sidewalks along both sides.
So on new developments, in Hawkstone I noticed this too. There's sidewalk on one side and no sidewalk on the other side. Is that common? Or is, okay.
Through you, Mayor, it depends on the road type and the development that's taking place. With the more higher traffic roads, we'll typically have obviously the sidewalk on both sides for safety and things like that. But when it's a local road, you might see that you only have sidewalks on one side of the road.
We'll take the rest of this conversation after.
Thank you. Seeing, oh, Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Mayor Masters, through you. It was mentioned that in the MR4 reserve there was going to be parking. I'm wondering if someone can expand on that, tell us how much parking, where it would be, why there is parking in a municipal reserve that's destined to be a park?
Through you, Madam Chairman. So I'll ask Ms. Derdich to go through the details of the park design and the parking. I believe it was the developer had indicated that they planned on putting parking within that area, but I'll ask Ms. Derdich to confirm.
I'm sorry, were you looking at the park that, whether or not the park itself had parking?
Yes.
Through
you, Mayor Masters, it was indicated at RPC that there was going to be some a parking area within the park area to accommodate, like with the skating rink and all the activities that were going to be there. So Councillor Hawkins is just asking more details around that.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I would need to ask Mr. Mario if he has seen those plans yet. And I'm not aware of the parking area or the details of the plan at this time.
Through Mayor Masters, I have also not seen the details yet, so I can't answer that question.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So at RPC, I believe it was the developer had indicated that our process right now is rezoning, and then we'll go through all of the detailed subdivision and all of that. And at that time, that's when we would see the details of all of the information. But as I indicated at RPC, I believe the developer said that their plans were to have some parking within the park, which is not uncommon. We have parking spaces in our parks when there's more facilities to ensure that there is access. But those details will get finalized and we can let council know once we see those detailed designs.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'm going to oppose this zoning bylaw amendment for two reasons. One is I think Councillor Bresciani has highlighted some serious questions about density. I see the same problems in this development as I see in some areas of Harbour Landing which I represent, where I have strip row housing and inadequate parking and just plain cramping of spaces. And finally, I am concerned about the design of the park, which seems to me to be the one amenity that's critical to this subdivision, and we don't have any details here, so I'll oppose this. Thank you.
Point of order.
Sorry, can I just ask, does this come back to council, the park? Does that come back to council?
Ms. Hawryluk?
I apologize if I could.
Yeah, please go ahead, Lord. Councillor Bresciani?
Clarity, does the park, after they come back, have a plan come back to council for approval?
Through you, Madam Chairman, no. So what's being asked for today is the rezoning application. It isn't about the park details. Those are left up to administration and the developer, and we base it on our Parks Rec master plans and the needs of the community in those assessments. So those details are not. There is a discrepancy on the parking lot within the park. I will say that, as I said at RPC, one thing was said, we'll get that finalized through the process. But today is about the rezoning of the properties, and currently it's in line with the approved neighborhood plan and concept plan that was approved by council.
Councillor Fury, you want to close that discussion?
To you, Mayor Masters. So sure if it's in this stage here, if my comments are allowed about what we're talking about right now, or do I can direct it to Ms. Harlock? Either or? Okay. So the question, my question will be directed, is the discussion was about accessible parking. And this is where the discussion came in from the developer is, the question was asked about if we're going to be building accessible parking structures, is there going to be a space allowed for accessible parking? So that's what that question came about. Because we're talking about, okay, is there going to be on-street accessible parking available along the park on Buckingham or Keller or where, right? So this is, my notes speak to that. So I will just turn it over to you, Mayor Masters. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Seeing no further questions or discussion, I'll call on the clerk to call the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll begin with Councillor Fundura, please.
Am I on? Oh, in favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
Opposed.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Moll.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 10-1, Mayor.
Thank you. Now we will have delegations speaking to 21-1. Thank you. I'd like to call upon Delegation Brandon Hicks and Maria Zaburko. Please introduce yourself for the record and the organization you're representing, if any. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Mayor Masters and members of City Council. Our names are Maria Zaburko and Brandon Hicks. You may recall that we are the family that has been working with Crawford Homes to bring life back to 56 Angus Crescent. In our last meeting, Councillor Hawkins raised the prospect of seeking further expert analysis with respect to this property, and we supported this proposition. Good governance includes an understanding that decision makers cannot be subject matters in all expert areas, and where they are not, to defer to the people who are. Ultimately, the matter was referred to the Saskatchewan Heritage Foundation Review Board and was considered by a panel of 3 subject matter experts. That report is now before Council. The board concluded that the property should not be designated, and we agree with the analysis and conclusions of the board. We want you to know that we are not against heritage. Both of us believe in the importance of understanding and preserving our past, and that the understanding of what has transpired will help to inform the future. It's not our intention to destroy and erase what was. It is our intention to build upon what came before us and to improve 56 Angus Crescent and the surrounding neighborhood. The story that we wish to continue is one of renewal and community. In an ideal world, the Bagshaw residence would never have arrived in its present state. With proper repair and maintenance, it could have remained a strong landmark of the Bagshaw name and the architecture of the period. Unfortunately, through neglect and inaction, it has become a dilapidated and unsafe structure. Notably, there does not appear to be a viable means of repairing the structure. The board acknowledged that proper repair would require lifting the structure to pour a new foundation, but that in doing so, the structure would collapse. We're providing Council with the solution to this problem, a solution that is rooted in historical principles, and a solution that will create a suitable substitute for the existing structure. We intend to use appropriate architectural principles to bring new life to the Bagshaw lands. This is something that we want to be made very clear. Our goal for 56 Angus Crescent is to create a home which will be an anchor in the community, reflect the heritage of the site, and could eventually become worthy and appropriate for designation as a municipal heritage property. We have a long-term goal of coming back to Council and reviewing this process in the future. In respect of the new structure, we appreciate the conclusions of the board. It is not our intention, nor will it become the reality, that the new home at 56 Angus Crescent will be out of place. We intend on providing specific direction that the home will need to fit within the neighborhood. It will need to blend in and be part of the block. To be frank, there's no desire to create an eyesore. We believe that it is important to convey our commitment that the heritage aspects of the property need not be entirely lost. We would like to determine an appropriate way to continue and honor the legacy of the Bagshaw and Clemshaw names, and this will be done in consultation with appropriate stakeholders and persons who want to collaborate. The last thing that we want to address is community. Many evenings and weekends we've walked through the Crescent's neighborhood. We love and appreciate the homes, the people, and the character. At the last council meeting, you heard from Ms. Schmelling, one of our prospective neighbors. Both Maria and I were excited and humbled to see a letter of support from our direct Lavender Lane neighbors. Knowing that these people who clearly take so much pride in their alley are in favor of including us in their neighborhood is an amazing testament to the community. It shows that our direct neighbors are understanding of the state of the property and the need for redevelopment. In conclusion, what we ask of council is an opportunity to bring renewed life and joy to 56 Angus Crescent. In doing so, we commit to being respectful of what was and what could have been. The legacy of the Bagshaw family name can continue to be honored by an appropriate use of the Bagshaw property. This will be an excelling case study in the ability to honor the legacy of what should have been but could not be preserved. And with that, Mayor Masters and Council, I welcome your questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Do any of the members have questions of the delegation? Councillor LeBlanc.
I actually have a point of order. Thank you. So assuming I heard Mr. Hicks correctly, that he's the owner of the property who would like it changed, then I have a conflict of interest because I know Mr. Hicks personally, and I didn't understand he was the owner or had an interest in it.
Thank you for the comments, Councillor LeBlanc. If I understand Mr. Nicol correctly, if you're not materially benefiting from participating in the conversation, then there should be no barrier for you participating. If you feel that you would like to recuse yourself, please just advise.
Okay. Yeah, I think I should recuse myself.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Stadnichuk? Actually, sorry, Councillor Stadnichuk. We'll give Councillor LeBlanc a moment to leave. I apologize. That's my fault. I queued you up. Thank you, Councillor.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'd like to thank you for your presentation. You mentioned a couple of times that you wanted to honor the legacy of the Bagshaw residents and the family, the history of that home. Can you explain in any more detail what you are considering?
Through you, Mayor Masters, and thank you, Councillor, for the question. At the present time, we don't have any concrete plans in respect of that. We are looking to be able to be in a position to partner with people and to have a better understanding of what that is going to look like, and whether that's talking with some of the members of the family that we potentially have access to, talking with the provincial architect or other architects or individuals who are interested. We're going to get to somewhere that we would like to be, but I don't think that this is something that we can do on our own. And so to put the cart before the horse in terms of saying this is what we're going to do isn't something that we're interested in doing right now. What we want to do is explore the options and to say, whatever this is going to look like, it's going to be something that is going to be appropriate for the neighborhood and to be something that's appropriate to the stakeholders who, maybe were involved in the process.
Okay, thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Hicks. Cheryl asked one of my questions, so my next question is, so if the heritage designation is approved for this property, what will you do then, through the chair?
Mr. Hicks?
Thank you very much, Mayor Masters. And through you, if the property is approved for designation, then I think that's going to be an exit from us within the project. Looking at the engineering reports, the report that comes back from the board, I don't see a viable means for actually going through with preservation efforts on the exterior of the construction. Not certainly in any way that any rational citizen of Regina would be able to justify from an economic perspective. So.
Sorry, so just to follow up, so you're saying that you would put the property up for sale in that scenario, likely, through the chair?
Again, through the chair, thank you for the clarifying question. At present, and possibly this speaks back to Mr. LeBlanc's recusal, but we have no interest from an ownership perspective in the property right now. We have been working with the owner of the property, which is Crawford Homes, to prepare this, and the intention is that if designation is not granted on the property, that we will be the family that occupies those lands, but I have no control over what is going to happen because I don't own the property, and Maria does not own the property. Crawford Homes owns the property.
Okay, understood. Thank you so much.
Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Through you, Brandon, I appreciate your interest in heritage. And I know in your neighborhood, or in the new neighborhood that you're looking at, there are a number of heritage plaques outside homes. I'm not sure how that happens, but suppose you were to become the owner of the home, and suppose the appropriate organization wished to erect the appropriate heritage plaque honoring the Bagshaw name and the Bagshaw residents. Would you have any objection to that kind of appropriate plaque being erected on your property?
Through you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the question, Councillor. The question is absolutely not. That's one of the things that we have batted around as an idea, but I didn't want to bring up anything particular to the broader question of, what are you going to do? Because I don't know if that's appropriate. But if people say, if that's what somebody and that's what people decided on, I would welcome that. I think that would be a great thing if that was the decision of the people who actually have expertise in the matter.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Masters.
Seeing no further questions, I'd like to thank you for your presentation to council. You can leave the meeting now.
The question is absolutely not. That's one of the things that we have batted around as an idea, but
I would like to call upon Delegation Jeannie Ma. Please introduce yourself for the record and the organization you are representing, if any.
That's appropriate. But if people say, if that's what somebody...
You have
Are you talking to me?
Sorry, apologies. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members of council may have for you. Welcome, Ms.
Okay,
Ma.
but aren't we still on Brandon Hicks, which is what I'm watching? Am I behind?
Oh, apologies, Ms. Ma. There's a delay in terms of what you're watching, so no, we're ready to move on to your presentation.
Okay. So I should turn this down. And when do I start?
Right now, ma'am.
Okay. Sorry. Today I speak as a Crescents homeowner, a board member of the Architectural Heritage Society of Saskatchewan, and for the neighbors on a petition which drew 100 names. We all support Heritage Regina and the Cathedral Area Community Association in the preservation of the Bagshaw House. Crawford Homes bought the historic Bagshaw House for $195,000, well under market value, only to demolish it. The neighborhood was shocked. While two neighbors claim that the Bagshaw House is, quote, an eyesore, a neighborhood petition and an online petition would disagree. Many adjacent neighbors support the Bagshaw House, as you can see by the map. The simple yet robust timbers of the front porch, the shy, symmetrical frontal street aspect, allows the house to bask in the afternoon sun from the alley. This craftsman's house, with its porch and overgrown garden, is like a beach house, offering a tranquil pause, alluding to a slower pace of life, and giving pleasure as we amble down the alley. Crawford Homes implied that the Bagshaw House was derelict because an elderly woman lived there alone. But I often saw young adults coming and going, later learning that grandchildren lived with Mrs. Wade. This was an active, multi-generation house, lived in. Sadly, Mrs. Wade died on the 26th of October last year. Neighbor Lori Glear says, I started to visit the Bagshaw House to play and have tea and dainties when I was in kindergarten. I remember the house as being warm and cozy, with pretty wallpaper and beautiful wooden staircase. The Bagshaw House is a gem. Rod Stutt, president of the Architectural Heritage Society of Saskatchewan, says, heritage character homes are not merely similar in the neighborhood. They create the neighborhood. To remove one harms the value of others. The city's list of, quote, the benefits of being designated, unquote, should go beyond financial benefits for individual homeowners. Preserving a heritage house is a social and public good. The sustainability of our residential infrastructure is an active responsibility. Homeowners of old houses seek out knowledgeable tradespeople who understand historic materials and the craft of restoration, so as to preserve our history. Frank Corvermaker, our archivist and construction historian, says, I've seen buildings in much worse condition be rehabilitated. Just look at the Claybank bunkhouse. The old growth timber used in early 20th century houses is stronger, denser, and rot resistant. After 1930, we no longer have the use of 100-year-old trees. To tear down an old timber house because a beam needs reinforcement or a new roof is needed or a floor is needed is environmentally frivolous. A restoration using both old and new technology, the Tesla slate-like solar tiles, for example, would sustainably renew a heritage house and its neighborhood. Builders have told me that mold is not a huge problem in lath and plaster construction because plaster resists mold, says neighbor Ruth Chambers. And as we know, mold can be cleaned. The City of Regina has not updated its heritage holding list with fewer than 300 houses since 1989. Yet Design Regina's official community plan has promised to protect and preserve heritage neighborhoods. The Crescents, with 6 municipal heritage properties, has only 12 houses now on its heritage holding list, now that the Watchler House has been destroyed. My childhood is almost erased, said former resident Cheryl Cooper. We have to think about our city. This heritage designation worthy area requires special care. Because the purchase price of the Bagshaw House was so below market value, the honorable thing to do would be to resell it to someone who wants to preserve the heritage and the history of Regina. This simple yet unique landmark house should be lovingly restored with respect for its craftsmanship and with respect for our neighborhood. Thank you.
Apologies. Thank you for your presentation. Do any of the members have questions of the delegation? Councillor Stevens.
Chair, thanks for the presentation, Jeannie. On 2 occasions now, one from the city and secondly from a review board, there was a note there that this does not fit a grade 1 heritage designation but grade 2 of local significance What's your response to those claims and that assessment, that this really doesn't have the kind of heritage value that you're associating with it?
I really can't tell you anything about grade 1 or grade 2 because I don't have that kind of knowledge. But I would like to point out that immediately I did see an error in the Heritage Review Board. It said that 2 citizens spoke up on the August meeting, and they forgot me. So when the Heritage Review Board starts with an error like that, it makes me question the rest of it.
Okay, thank you. You've spoken very fondly about what's possible with this property. If we uphold the heritage designation, goes back on the market, would you entertain purchasing it and investing what you've suggested should be invested into this building?
Well, no, personally, Andrew, I wouldn't because we're in the process of leaving the city because we've lost Wascana Pool, unfortunately. But I know there was talk on Sarah Garden's Facebook page, and there were at least 2 people who said, had we known it was on the market, we would have been interested. Now, who knows? But we've never seen it on the market. And I think there was something in the Heritage Review Board that said no one came forward at the Saskatchewan Heritage Review Board. But no one knew about that either. So no one knew it was on the market. It has never been available for purchase for $195,000. And no one knew about the review board either.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, do you have any comment on the structural issues to the house? Have you witnessed the foundation or how the build-ons on the house have been completed over the years and how they've degraded over time? Do you have any comment on that?
Well, I've seen the house sorry. Are you finished?
Oh, yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, I've seen the house just from the outside, and I've never been on the actual property. Now, I did look quickly at all the photos that were on the documents of the people who were looking at the house this morning. And yes, I can see that, the walls have had rain damage, but so have our walls and our ceilings when we had ice dams. And I can see that, yes, the basement does need some work. The whole house needs some work. It's an old house that hasn't had recent updates, but it's not impossible to do. I don't know if anybody else watches Escape to the Chateau. We watch it as a cautionary tale. And it's like, if you get people who know how to do repairs can be done. And repairs can be done with good quality materials. Perhaps this house shouldn't be repaired with just slapping up drywall, but we should go back to lath and plaster and remove the wallpaper, and there are people who know how to do this.
One more question. Are only people who have enough wealth to afford to do this able to do this, or people who have to service this through debt or by taking on some type of a mortgage for a home, are they going to be able to do this as well? I'm just thinking of the value of the home in the neighborhood compared to the value of the repair.
Well, a house that has sold for $195,000 is at least half the price it should be on the Crescents. And so if someone put $200,000 into a repair, I'm sure they could do a beautiful job of it.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge of what it would take to lift a house of this size, tie in the build-outs, and put a new foundation or basement on it? Would that be in that range that you're thinking?
I have no idea, but sometimes, we've seen this house in Kingston that was going through a repair, and it wasn't propped up properly when they were doing things. So there are certain things that are also dangerous to do. Now, there are other ways, I think, of repairing the basement. Does it actually have to be lifted? Can it be repaired from outside and inside? And we have to do these repairs all the time. And we have to remove our own graffiti. That was another point that the neighbors brought up.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. There are no further questions coming from council. Thank you for addressing us today, Ms. Ma, and I ask that you now leave the meeting.
Thank you.
Are we ready? I would like to call upon Delegation Jackie Schmidt, representing Heritage Regina. Please introduce yourself for the record, and you have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members of Council may have for you. Welcome.
My name is Jackie Schmidt, and I represent Heritage Regina. Heritage Regina respectfully submits this letter in response to the Saskatchewan Heritage Foundation Review Board's recommendation on the Bagshaw residence. We stand by our assertion that the Bagshaw residence should be assessed as a level 1 property and thus designated. We take exception to the significant reliance on the assessment of the foundation and the structure to determine that the building should not be designated. Further, the suggestion that the property only meets level 2 criteria is contradictory by the assertion that the house may be the only remaining example of a craftsman-style house in the city and that was also designated or designed by an internationally known architect. The recommendation of the board is disappointing to many, and ultimately, if council agrees with the review board, this will be a loss for the community and for Regina's history. We do, however, support the suggestion of the Heritage Conservation District. The process that the homeowner, the city, the community have been through in relation to the Bagshaw residence highlights the ongoing concerns with heritage policy and the plan for implementing this policy. Heritage Regina is concerned because although the current policy provides a foundation for effective heritage stewardship, it falls short on the good process for identifying, protecting, and commemorating our heritage inventory, which then perpetuates this adversarial process we find ourselves in time and again. There has been a list of potential heritage properties since the late 1980s. Every time a property on that list comes to City Council for demolition, we end up in a months-long process pitting the community against the owner to save a historic building. Time and money are spent on arguments about financial feasibility, heritage significance, structural integrity, property owners' rights, etc. If a designation is obtained, then the process ends and the property is left to the devices of its owner. This can lead to demolition by neglect, where properties fall into further disrepair, leading to a new request for demolition. The recommendation of the review board to add yet another level of assessment to the current policy is troubling and potentially complicating. City administration also suggests the idea to the community at the October 2020 council meeting. In response to that suggestion, Heritage Regina sent a letter to city administration in November of 2020. There was a commitment to review a number of properties each year, but that is not sufficient and seems to be behind schedule. Identifying the level 1 and level 2 properties and subsequently designating the level 1 properties means that the homeowners are clear about the property's importance to the community. They have access to resources for repairs. They have support of the city, and any buyers of the property are fully informed. We also suggest this will lead to more pride and ownership of heritage properties, making them even more desirable. We implore the city to make the assessment of the properties currently on the list a priority. The current heritage policy does not address what happens after designation. Owners are under no obligation to keep their properties in good repair, but there is no process in place for the city to ensure the inventory of heritage properties is maintained. Without periodic inspections, the level 1 designated properties can fall into disrepair and result in a loss of heritage resources. A recognition program for those properties on the list that cannot be sustained due to their condition should be undertaken, and acknowledging that with a fulsome heritage policy in place, the need for recognition diminishes over time, as the policy itself will ensure that the designated properties are maintained ongoing. Finally, to complete the heritage policy, we require a process for identifying and assessing properties going forward. As the city ages, new significant properties will emerge, and we should not wait 40 plus years between inventories. The process to ensure that we are adding and more, when necessary, removing locations from the list is critical to ensure we do not maintain the current adversarial process. The bottom line is that with a more robust heritage policy, we will not have another experience like we have had with the Bagshaw residence. With all grade 1 properties identified, the owners supported to continue maintenance, periodic inspections to ensure compliance with policy that the city stands behind, and recognition of those properties that cannot be saved will ensure we have a vigorous and meaningful policy that will take us well into the future. Heritage Regina feels that the resources of the city are better used towards implementation of an effective policy with a full list of heritage sites identified and designated versus time and money spent on a knee-jerk reaction to a request for demolition. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schmidt. Are there any questions of the delegation? Councillor Stevens.
Yes, thank you. Jackie, I was wondering if you could comment on your claims about the assessment of this property and its heritage significance. If it wasn't for the state of the property itself, is it your claim that this should be a grade 1 heritage classification?
Absolutely. In the criteria number 2, this property was rated as moderate where it should be high. Mr. Clemishaw was an internationally known architect, and I frankly don't know how it could be anything but a grade 1 listed property, and what someone would have to do to get more credentials to get that rating.
Okay, so through the chair, just to be clear, you believe that the grading was actually biased by the state of the property and not an independent assessment of its heritage significance, correct?
I think that what we need to do here is we need to make sure that the proper identification of the property is gone through, and that we rank the property according to its heritage merit and the credentials of the architect and to the original person who built the property, Mr. Bagshaw.
Thank you. Final question. At what point should cost and the state of the infrastructure be a factor? Put another way, when is a property too far gone to be considered as viable for restoration?
I don't think that the financial element is part of the heritage designation because it's a very slippery slope. Once you put that item into a heritage credential, then all anyone has to do is come in and say it's too expensive. But what's too expensive for one person is not for another. And that because this property was not ever on the open market or on the MLS listing, it's never been tested to see if anybody wants to try to restore this property. And it's not about restoring the property. It's about designating this property on its heritage merit.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Zakidniak.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I just have one question for you, Jackie. Would you be willing to send your presentation or your notes to the clerk's office to share with council?
I do believe that my notes are with the council, and the copy to the letter in administration. There is also another petition which has not been mentioned, where a separate petition from the one that Ms. Ma had discussed, where there are 200 plus more signatures from people in the neighborhood wanting this property designated.
Okay, thank you. I don't see your notes from your presentation, so I will, if you sent it to the clerk's office, I can just follow up with them to get a copy of it. Thank you.
Absolutely.
It is there, confirmed? It is within the documentation, Councillor Zakidniak. Sorry? It's a standalone email that you'll find.
Excuse me, is it in the documents with the city administration's office?
It's within the council package.
Does it include the letter to the administration? Does it include the letter to the city administration to Diana Harlock on matters earlier? On November 8th of 2020?
I'll let Mr. Nicol answer the question.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. It's my recollection that the information from Ms. Schmidt that Councillor Zakidniak is referring to was sent by a separate email because it was received separately. So that's where it is. I can check my files at the break and forward it on to Councillor Zahidniak if that's the problem, if that's the issue. But I'm told that that's how it was done, and that's where it is.
Through you, Madam Chair, there was a submission by Heritage Regina to the city clerk's office with the letter from Heritage Regina and also an attachment from a previous letter sent to Diana Harlech dated November 30th of 2020.
Thank you, Mayor. So with respect to Ms. Schmidt's question, the information that she was referring to in November may be part of a past submission. The only thing that we received with respect to getting on the agenda today was the indication that she wished to speak, so she registered, and I believe we also received the petition, which was shared.
Through you, Madam Chair, the letter to Diana Harlech dated November 30th, 2020 can be resubmitted. It was attached to the submission from Heritage Regina today, but I can enclose that again if anyone wants to see that.
Thank you. Any further questions, Councillor Zahidniak?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Through you, Jackie, I would like to follow up on an answer that you gave to the last question asked by Councillor Stevens. You indicated that you didn't think that the financial cost of restoration should be a factor in determining heritage designation. I'm wondering, do you know how other Canadian cities treat this question, the question of whether financial cost of restoration should be a factor or should not be a factor in heritage designation?
I do believe that others, through you, Madam Chair, I do believe that other cities use some of the same policy that we use as far as designation, and that here financial viability is not considered in the heritage designation, because we are just looking at the credentials of the property, the architects, and the previous owners who owned the property, and their contributions to the city. It's not just about the name of the person who built the property, but what did Mr. Bagshaw do for his community, for his neighborhood, and further reach and into the province. So having someone's name is not giving you heritage designation. It's about your credentials of your philanthropic past experiences in your city.
Mayor Masters, through you, I'd just like to follow up on this because this is an important consideration. Suppose a heritage property of a famous person, or suppose a property lived in by a famous but now deceased person was in a complete state of shambles, such that there was virtually no dwelling left at all. In that situation, would the financial cost of restoration, which would be almost a complete cost of restoration, would it be considered in that kind of case?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm not sure exactly what you're asking me when you say, would it be considered? Can you give me more detail on that?
Perhaps I can try one other way. At what point would the financial cost of restoration play into the consideration of whether a property should be restored for heritage reasons?
Through you, Madam Chair, I ask you a question. At what point is it financially viable to restore the legislative building?
I can't answer questions. I can only ask them.
If we had the policies, through you, Madam Chair, if we had these places designated beforehand, and we knew that the credentials of these people, then we wouldn't have to have these arguments about financial viability.
Thank you, Jackie. Thank you, Mayor Masters.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no further questions, I'll thank you for your presentation to Council and ask that you leave the meeting.
Thank you.
I would like to call upon Delegation Caitlin and Al Bashutsky, representing Crawford Homes. Please introduce yourself for the record. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions members of Council may have for you. Please go ahead.
Hello, Your Worship and members of City Council. My name is Caitlin Bashutsky, and I'm here with Al Bashutsky. Crawford Homes is a locally owned and operated custom home building company. We are also a nationally recognized realty brokerage under Home Life Crawford Realty. Our company has built thousands of homes in neighborhoods across Regina and surrounding regions, and 43 years of responsible construction provides us the opportunity to revitalize the Angus property while respecting the historical landscape of the Crescent's neighborhood. We are here today to provide a brief account of 56 Angus Crescent, how Crawford Homes became involved, and why we have been advocating against the municipal heritage designation. We are not here to deny the interesting architectural and historical value that this property and its former residents had, but we are suggesting that the value of these parts cannot be fully assessed without looking at the whole picture. Crawford has owned 56 Angus since February 4th, 2020, and during that period, we have actively pursued a judgment on the property. We have collected and provided photo and video documentation, extended invitations for house tours to see the property firsthand. We have sought out third-party experts to provide arm's length assessments of the structural condition, and then we have engaged with and ensured that our opinions aligned with our neighbors in the community. Since possession, the property has been vacant and winterized. It is uninhabitable, and it is a safety issue for the community. We were aware when we purchased the property that it was on a heritage holding list. Our decision to proceed on this project was based on the obvious neglected condition of the degraded structure, the non-salvageable building materials from foundation to roof, and the existence of rot and mold that was found throughout the entire building. With these considerations in mind, it was our view that this property would not be a strong candidate for municipal heritage designation. We commissioned 3 expert and unbiased opinions on the structure's integrity from qualified architectural technologists, engineers, and home inspectors. Our intent was to provide a well-rounded panel of expert opinion. Those reports, along with photo and video documentation by Crawford, were provided for the October 28th City Council meeting, for the December 15th Review Board hearing, and then again when we sent this package out to our present council just a few weeks ago. This past fall, we had reached out to each of the councillors to provide an opportunity to visit 56 Angus so they could have a chance to see the property condition firsthand. The problems with the house were quite apparent in person and far beyond the expected wear and tear on a very old home that some may have assumed. We were forced to put an end to the tours when Crawford received information from BBK structural engineers regarding their concerns about the safety of the structure. The reports from A Buyer's Choice, Gilchuck Design, and Brownlee Beaton Crikey points out many of the same issues, but most notably that the structural components of the house are showing signs of failure and considered end of life, meaning beyond repair. The consensus of these experts is that a replacement of the foundation systems and superstructure is the best option. The entire foundation of the home has to be replaced, which means the house would have to be lifted. The framing structure is so deteriorated that it will not withstand being lifted. The porch, which is tied into the structure and roof line of the main building, is completely irreparable. Everything will have to be replaced and rebuilt, all to preserve what we can of the facade. If the mandate really is heritage at all costs, then we have no business being here in front of you today. For this property, it is not a debate on a renovation versus a new build. Either way, we will be faced with a complete reconstruction from the ground up. We agree with Regina Heritage's statement that the city has a duty to be an active steward of heritage, and it is not enough to have heritage policies that look good on paper, but are not consistently or effectively put into practice. And now, having gone through this process, We absolutely believe that more thorough assessments of these inventoried houses are needed, as is some form of proactive engagement with these property owners to create a better understanding of the commitments of heritage preservation in our city. Crawford Homes has never disputed the history of 56 Angus Crescent and has only ever tried to show that beyond the significance of the property, there is a physical structure that cannot be ignored. We have been completely open and transparent throughout this process, and we have provided house tours, photo and video documentation. We've engaged in friendly and supportive discourse with the neighbors, and we have commissioned reports by third-party experts, all to make every effort to provide the necessary information for Council to make an informed decision. And now finally, we are here in front of Council today with the full support of the Saskatchewan Heritage Foundation Review Board. 56 Angus Crescent has degraded beyond repair through decades of neglect, and we at Crawford Homes feel we are presenting the best option for the property at this point. Thank you for your time, and I am open to any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. Caitlin, thanks for the presentation. We know you purchased the property with the intention to demolish. What was communicated to you at that time about the heritage significance? So from the very start of your interest in the property.
Through you, Mayor Masters, and thank you for the question, Councillor Stevens. We were approached by a realtor in our office who was dealing with the family on trying to organize the sale of this property. They knew that it was going to be a complicated sale, and they needed to, make it a fairly quick process. They knew that there would be no offers without, numerous conditions on it. So we came to view the property, and it was also in their belief that the property was just going to be demolished. That's what their feeling was, but they knew they were going to be up against a host of obstacles with that heritage holding bylaw. So they approached our company, and we organized a deal amongst us to purchase the property. So then we would just deal with this, the fallout of the issues on this home.
Okay, thank you. You got a third-party assessment of many of them, which you've shared with Council, and you were kind enough to let me publish them online.
Yes.
Of the state of the facility. What about a third-party assessment of the historical significance? I believe I missed that in your presentation.
We did. We commissioned the statement of significance through 1080 Architecture as the starting point of this whole process.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Councillor Zakidniak.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I just have one question through the chair. What will Crawford Homes do if this property does receive heritage designation? What would be the next steps for you folks?
Through you, Mayor Masters, and thank you for the question. We're going to have to kind of reassess what we're going to do with this project if it does get that municipal heritage designation. With the assessments that we have procured, the whole process of trying to rehabilitate this project is just going to be monumental. So we're going to have to, do some more assessments and see how we move forward.
Okay, thanks. That's all I have.
Councillor Ventura.
My turn. Thank you to you, Mayor Masters. Caitlin, thank you very much for presenting, and I appreciate the invitation to view the house. Gave me a good perspective. There was comments made at one of the presenters that for $200,000 you could do something with the house. But you are saying that you have to lift it, and if you lift it, and the Saskatchewan Heritage Committee said the same thing, it could collapse. Can you do anything with that for $200,000? Can you fix it from inside out? The meaning is without lifting. Can you do anything with the basement, the walls? Through you, Mayor Masters.
Through you, Mayor Masters, and thank you for the question, Councillor Findura, and thank you for visiting the property. $200,000 won't even begin to start us on this project. the house will have to be lifted. Like there's just, all the elements are tied into each other. And, our costing out was starting at about $500,000 and, going to go beyond there. We're working within the confines of an existing decomposing structure and trying to preserve parts of it. $200,000 is not a drop in the bucket.
Okay.
I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, well, that answers it. I was just curious. I mean, there's to you, Mayor Masters, there are guessing of numbers, right? So, and you do have experts that you build houses. That was my question. But the second question to you, Mayor Masters, is that when I visit the building, you have I can from the one living room, or from one bedroom up on the top floor, I can actually see west from there, and I can see the deterioration. What would that mean if for lifting it? If you lift it, and the discussion was, would this, I mean, this is a hypothetical question. If you lift it, is the integrity of the building itself would be compromised? Would it fall apart? As an expert.
Through you, Mayor Masters, and thank you again for the question, Councillor Findura. No, the house would not withstand being lifted. We would probably have to rebuild the facade. And again, I don't know if it merits the same historical significance if it's just a reconstruction of an old building.
Okay, thank you. And the question was already asked about if it sits there. So if it sits there, if it gets designated, is this going to, in your mind, I mean, yeah, people can come and buy it, but if you're looking at the price, if it's designated, it's just going to sit there, and eventually, in your opinion, if it's going to sit there, it just eventually is going to fall apart. It's going to be an eyesore in the area. I mean, I'm putting a loaded question to you, but by being designated, it's actually not doing any justice to the building. Am I kind of correct?
Through Masters, and thank you for the question. Yes, if the property sits there, it's just going to continue to deteriorate. Over the course of the last year, we've seen, significant movement in the house, and it's just going to continue to get worse. A municipal heritage designation, I think it's too late for this property, and that's been our position. And then also this house has been widely publicized over the last number of months, and we have not received one offer on the property to come in and take it over from us and, try to restore it.
Mayor Masters, thank you for that. That was my next question, if you had any offers, because there was a conversation about if people would have known, they would have offered. But if you had no offer out there, so that's good to know. Thank you very much for that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you very much, through the chair. Thanks for appearing today. I tried to be a good representative. I viewed the house. I read my reports. I did not come across the report you commissioned on heritage significance. I'm wondering if you can share some of the details from that report with me.
Through Mayor Masters, and thank you, Councillor, for the question. It was in the original August 26th City Council meeting, was the statement of significance. That is what I had to provide to the city to start the entire process on this property. In order to, I had to provide it to our senior city planner to start the process to, determine whether or not this would be a designated property. I can reshare this with the city clerk again.
That's okay. Now that I know where to look, I can hand it out too.
Yeah, no, I apologize. I could have shared it again. I had shared it on the October 26th, or not October, August 26th council meeting. My apologies.
Nope, that'll look after me. I just wanted to make sure I could educate myself a bit better and have a comparison from what I read otherwise. Thank you for sharing that. Bye-bye.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Caitlin, for your presentation. I apologize. I did appreciate your invite. I have not been able to get out to see the home, but I will say I did tour the Cook home, and this is makes the Cook house look really good compared to the one I'm seeing in these pictures. So I do have a question, though. When we talked about the structure and the bones to this building. And that was kind of something we talked about when we looked at the Cook house as well. And I think that's where it all lies. It's everything else can be mended. but it's the bones of this structure. And I guess I just would like to, and I know you've had a lot of assessments done and looking at the pictures, and I don't know, was there ever a I mean, if the bones aren't good, there's other things that can happen. It just becomes a patchwork. Would you agree with that? To you, Madam Chair?
Through you, Mayor Masters, and thank you, Councillor, for the question. Yes, it just does become a patchwork, and that is essentially why we decided to move forward on this project, is because the bones are not good. You know, the structure, the framing structure, the roofing structure, the foundational structure, those are all in complete disrepair, and that is why we decided to move ahead on this project. And a patchwork wouldn't even begin to, you know, mend what's there.
Okay. And through you, Madam Chair, what is the plans, Caitlin, if this does go to further to demolition? What are the plans for this spot then? Because we have to also think of the neighbors in this area. What would be the plans? Through you.
Through you, Mayor Masters. Through you, Mayor Masters, and thank you again for the question, Councillor. The plans are a single-story building of the approximate square footage of what is there. Will match about the same footprint. And then, as you know, Brandon and Maria in the earlier delegation stated, you know, they have a great appreciation for architecture, and this is a plan that we want to develop to work really well within the streetscape. And we really want to note, you know, where the house is located and make sure that it will be suited for the neighborhood.
Thank you. And sorry, just in this, would there be plans for it to have similar things that would highlight what was in the Bagshaw home?
Through you, Mayor Masters, and thank you again, Councillor. Similar features in the fact that, you know, maybe similar pitch in the roof, you know, single-story home. But as far as being an arts and crafts building, you know, that's yet to be determined.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Councillor Shaw.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Laurie. Those are a lot of the questions I wanted to ask. Caitlin, thank you for your presentation, and thank for you to Crawford Home for all the in-depth work that you did with this property. I have a question, which I know I just kind of want some detail. Maybe if you can give some detail. Other delegations were saying $200,000 would fix it, and they want to change it and they want to buy it. Now, my experience as a mortgage broker, you need a home inspection. It needs to be passed. Things need to be done before a bank will even lend you the money. So, in your opinion, based on what you've seen, what you've done, and your knowledge in Crawford Homes and selling and buying homes, what would be the average person that's going to come in and buy a house like this, have it pass the inspection, or obviously not pass the inspection? A bank wouldn't even lend them the money to mortgage this home. Am I correct? And can you maybe expand a little bit on that for me? Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Masters, and thank you, Councillor, for the question. That is precisely why we find ourselves in this position here today, is that the family of the former owner came to us to help with this scenario because they were well aware of the obstacles they would face in selling the property, particularly when they wanted to sell the property fairly quickly, you know, for their own reasons. And they knew that we would be better suited to help to handle this situation moving forward, to do something with the property, because, like I said, they knew that it was in such bad condition, and they were kind of at a loss. So that is why we are here today, taking their role in finding some sort of option for the Angus property.
Right.
I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, you did. It was just, like I said, somebody just can't come in. I just can't come in and buy this house and let it pass inspection with the amount of, you know, you need somebody with a large amount of money. Thank you, Caitlin, for doing the work that you did do. And I appreciate moving forward kind of what your plans are for this property, and that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Seeing no further questions, I'll thank you for your presentation, Ms. Paszewski, and just ask that you leave the meeting now.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone.
We will now consider CM 21-1 56 Angus Crescent Municipal Heritage Designation. Diana Howrelick, can you please introduce the report?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. So just to give some background, the owner of 56 Angus Crescent applied for a demolition permit in the spring of 2020. This property was on the Heritage Inventory list, and administration proceeded to evaluate the property as per a council-approved policy. The policy provides a means to manage historic properties through the identification and process of evaluation for either grade 1 or grade 2. So the policy indicates that if it's grade 1, it should be designated or have the potential to be designated. If it falls as grade 2, it would only be designated with owner's consent. In this case, when we evaluated it, it came out as a grade 2 classification. We talked to the property owner whether or not they wanted to see it designated, and they indicated they did not because of the condition of the home. It went to council on August 26th, and council considered the recommendation of RPC, which was to take it off of the Heritage Inventory list as per the approved policy, thereby facilitating the demolition of the property as proposed by the applicant. Council at this meeting did not concur with the recommendation of RPC and instead approved the intention of council to designate the Bagshaw residence as a municipal heritage property. So council had instructed the city solicitor to issue and serve notice of the council's intention to consider the required bylaw, and directed the solicitor to prepare all the necessary bylaws to be considered by council after the statutory period. So we went through that process. A public notice was issued on September 26th, and the proposed bylaw came to council on October 28th. A number of delegations were at the meeting, and it was prior to first reading, and in light of having a written objection, legislation requires that the application be referred to the Heritage Appeal Board. So that's what happened, and at that, what's before you today is what the review board's report came back with. So the review board has concurred with administration's original assessment and concurred with RPC's original recommendation to not designate the property at 56 Angus Crescent as a municipal heritage property. They concluded that this was not a grade 1 building, it was a grade 2 building. So basically what is before council today, you have two options. To pass bylaw 2020-68, and that will designate the property at 56 Angus Crescent. Or council can defeat bylaw 2020-68, and by defeating this bylaw, the property will be removed from the heritage inventory and will be allowed to be demolished. Just further to some of the delegation's comments, the city is, our administration is undertaking a lot of work around heritage. We know we have some issues with respect to our incentives, with respect to the policy and how all of these issues come together. So we are undertaking, and what will be coming forward to council in March is there'll be two reports. One in March will be addressing the physical condition of designated properties. Another will be opportunities to contract a third-party engineer to assess conditions of a property prior to designation. There will be recommendations regarding peer review processes, and fourth, flagging and screening of older buildings not on the heritage inventory through the demolition application process. In addition, there'll be a report coming to RPC in March that talks about the options for regulating heritage and architectural design. That was from the recommendations, and we had been working on that previously. The heritage inventory policy, as you know, there's a number of properties on that list, and in 2019, council instructed us to go and evaluate all those properties. We have gone and started that process. It is a lengthy process because we can only do so many a year, and we are outsourcing that. So that work is underway, and we'll be coming to council to have a discussion about those properties that we've already evaluated. In addition, we're reviewing the whole heritage policy with respect to the incentives and the general overarching heritage policies that we have. And we've hired a consultant to do that, and we'll be going through stakeholder engagement in May. That's external engagement, and we'll be engaging council in April. And then in October, we plan to bring some additional recommendations forward about heritage. And our consultant is Donald Luxton, who is a well-known heritage advocate and has helped us in the past with our heritage policies. So I'd be happy to answer any questions. It is a complicated file. It has a lot of tentacles to it.
I'll ask Councillor Findora.
Okay, Mayor Masters, thank you very much. I'd like to jump right in. I'll put a motion that council not approve the designation of the Bagshaw residence located at 56 Angus Crescent as municipal heritage property and withdraw bylaw 2020-68. If I could get a seconder, please.
Councillor Mancinelli.
So that's fine. Thank you. Can I go ahead? Okay. Thank you, Mayor Masters. I did visit this house. I mean, yes, of course I understand. I've always fought for heritage. I was on a heritage committee. I'll give an example of 13 Albert Street, which was called the Glass House. I believe I was one of the two that voted to put it and keep it on a heritage. Everyone else around the Oval at that time, that wasn't very long ago, voted to remove it from a heritage and allow it to be demolished and allow it to a new house to be built on that corner. Glass House was in 10 times better shape than the Angus, the Bagshaw House. So I'm kind of confused on the integrity of the house, the integrity of the heritage, what we are doing. Visiting the house, and I was kind of in a little bit of a shock to see the disrepair and how we have allowed this house to get to that point. So I felt a little bit embarrassed that there wasn't enough. This house did not receive all the love that it needed in the years before. Hence, it brought us into now what we're dealing with. I believe I would love to keep it as a heritage. I am, first one, I've always asked, and I've been a very strong proponent of heritage. Built heritage, cultural heritage. It's important for our city. But this house, unfortunately, it's done its course. So if this house is going to sit around for another year or two or three or four, it's just going to make a worse visible or viewing eye area looking at this thing being ready to fall apart. So I'd like to see something other than this in a neighborhood. And I'm hearing that the owners, they want to build something that would look just like that and maybe designate it, put some kind of plaque on it, bring a new family into the area. That's where my thoughts are. But because this house has made it match the environment, the time has destroyed it, and we didn't have anything. When we talked about the Glass House, it did not go to the Provincial Heritage Committee at that time. For some reason, it wasn't there yet. So here I'm getting this from the body that went and looked at all the details about this, from construction side, from rebuilding it, from everything, and they're recommending us not to proceed with this. But what I'm looking at is that when the 13 Albert Street was rebuilt, I haven't heard any negative comments from anyone. I was the first one to say, let's keep it. But you drive by there, it fits in the neighborhood, there's a new family in there. there are the family, that's what's so important is the community embrace that. I will see the community embracing this, welcoming a new family into the neighborhood, a house to look probably similar to what this one is. I'd like to see that going forward. As Ms. Howlak said, is that we're going to look at things. And yes, we are maybe a little bit behind schedule on what we're doing. I've always complained about we didn't do our due diligence of a heritage 20, 30 years ago, whatever, or 15. We're learning as we go forward, and we're going to be good at that. But there are buildings that don't belong there, and there are buildings that do belong there. And there is always, with designation, there is a cost involved. How much do we as a city, taxpayers, do we want to put towards that? That's another thing. So to me, I want to say this. I am a heritage person. I do understand that. But this is already way beyond its lifespan of this building. So I think we need to move on with this and learn from that and make sure that we don't come back to this point again. So I'm going on a little bit too long, but I appreciate you giving me a little more time.
Thank you, Councillor Findura.
Didn't have the hammer there yet, so.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. Sorry, I apologize. Councillor Hawkins, please.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I want to begin with the question to the administration, Ms. Harlock, probably. In your reviews that are being brought forward in March, how do you treat an examination of the interior of a prospective heritage house? Present, we look at the exterior. Is there going to be any effort made to look at the heritage value of the interior of a prospective heritage house?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So currently, the only heritage value that we look at is the exterior of the building. Where it becomes part, anything interior that would support the structural elements of the exterior are what's important to be kept. So that's currently what we look at when we look at the heritage. So the report that's coming forward in March, though, is to look at the physical condition of the designated property to ensure that it can be met and to get that information from a third-party engineer to do that assessment. I think we learned at the other application that's come forward recently, the cookhouse, was we had different reports that came forward, and I think that's where we need a third-party report so that council has all of the information when it comes to council, and we have our own opinion.
Thank you. Mayor Masters, I'm pleased that the administration is looking at the recommendations, the ancillary recommendations made by the Saskatchewan Heritage Board. I do wish they would consider consider examining interior for heritage value and consider what other cities are doing with respect to that. Moving on to this case, it's a difficult case for me and I think for others who do want to encourage heritage in the city, and Councillor Findura has been eloquent on that point. I want to make the following other points. First of all, this is not a case of demolition by neglect of the owner. When the owner, Crawford Homes, took over this house, it was in roughly the same poor condition that it's in today. Had this been a case of demolition by neglect by the owner, my attitude would have been much different. Secondly, this is not a case where the prospective inhabitant is seeking commercial advantage by trying to obtain a demolition permit. Again, if that had been the case, if the current or the prospective owner had really been seeking commercial advantage here as opposed to saving a heritage house, again, my attitude would have been negative, would have been very different. Thirdly, I do not think that the advice of the Saskatchewan Heritage Board, an independent body of experts, can be ignored. This is the very thing that we're looking towards in the upcoming prospective reforms that will take us out of this endless debate which Ms. Schmidt describes we get into on each of these. So I'm very, very influenced by that expert advice and very glad for it and very grateful to council that it made the effort to get that advice. And finally, at some point, we need to figure out how to treat the cost of restoration in a heritage situation. I agree with Ms. Schmidt that in a perfect world, if we knew in advance which houses were heritage houses and which aren't, which houses have been designated and which haven't, this wouldn't be such a difficult question. But inevitably, it's going to be the case that we're dealing with a house that may possibly become a heritage house and the cost of restoration. I just want to say that about this particular case. In some cases, you just know the answer. And in this case, it's clear that the cost of restoration goes beyond what any sensible person or any realistic person will be able to be put into the house in order to save it. The damage has been done long ago. So for all of those reasons, I very much regret, but for all of those reasons, I'll support the motion to defeat 2020-68. I'll support the motion put forward by Councillor Findura. Thank you very much, Mayor Masters and councillors.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mole.
Okay, so being new, we gave some money to the church here on the corner for the Gothic windows, I believe it was. So, thanks to my colleague that previously answered this question. So, I heard from you the walls. So, if the Bagshot residents asked us for money, we could contribute to repairing the walls because that's attached to the exterior. Anything on the interior that would be approved potentially by this Heritage Fund?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So the way our program is set up, that yes, if it's a designated property, the renovations have to meet the criteria upon which the statements of significance. Okay. So you heard the applicants talk about that. It's to ensure that the statements of significance are met. So if that means that there's needs for the foundation to be repaired, so in order to maintain the walls, that would be some eligible costs. So there is criteria about eligible costs, but I think what would not be included is other things like the interior fixtures and things like that might be historic, like molding and stuff. That wouldn't be what we would be putting our money towards. Okay. In the grant program.
Okay, so they could potentially ask for tens of thousands of dollars, potentially hundreds of thousands.
No, through you, Mayor Masters. No, like our policy has up to $50,000 for the property. It doesn't mean that the policy doesn't limit it. It's not like a one-time only, lifetime only grant. You could apply for many different parts, but it would also be how much money we have, all of those sorts of things. The reason that grant program, though, was because it's a church and it doesn't allow for tax exemptions. Okay. Our policy has two components. One is if it's tax exempt, then they would go for the grant program. Churches are exempt. That's why they went for that. Okay. In this case, because it's residential and they would pay taxes, they'd have to go against the 10-year tax exemption part of that policy, and it would be an exemption under that program.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Councillor Stadenchuk.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I recently was invited to join a Facebook group that's called Heritage Regina, and people have been posting pictures of what Regina used to look like many, many, many years ago. And because I did not grow up in Regina, I realized just how much heritage property we have lost in Regina. As others have said, it is something that I think is very important to maintain our heritage. But as others have stated, are the people who have the delegations who have presented, I have looked at the pictures quite carefully, and the state of this house is unfortunately in very, very bad condition, and I just think it's very difficult to maintain the heritage status. So I am thankful that through Ms. Harlick's report that there's a review of heritage, that we're going to be, we have an expert from Vancouver in heritage who's going to be advising us, And I really do think that we can take some important steps to maintain other heritage properties in the city. So I will be supporting the motion as well. Thank you.
My turn. I'll turn this over to Deputy Mayor Bresciani while I make my remarks. Through you, Deputy Mayor. I'm actually going to repeat something that apparently came from both Heritage Regina as well as the owner of the property, is that the city has a duty to be an active steward of heritage. So my question is, of Ms. Howrelick. Ms. Howrelick, we changed the heritage policy in 2019, is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Masters, that's correct.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. How many applications for heritage designation of the 227 properties, I believe, is the number on our inventory list, have come before council since 2019?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I might ask Ms. Hill.
Through you, Mayor Masters, we've had this property, the Bagshaw, and as well as the Cameron and Heat Wholesale Building and the Municipal Justice Building have all come in front of council recently, and and also the Dark Block, so 4.
Pardon me, but also the cookhouse?
That was it would have been considered prior to the approval of the policy. So in fact, the designation came forward at the same time that the policy was approved.
So of those that have come forward, this particular residence is the only, or I guess if you wanted to include the cookhouse, there's been 2 residential, the rest of them have been either commercial or institutional use?
Yes, that's correct.
I think administration and I will show some, express some appreciation for the report that will be coming to Executive Committee to address physical property conditions of our inventory list that explores opportunities for third-party engineering, peer committee reviews of assessment, as well as flagging of buildings not on the list as they come forward for demolition permits. There will be a report to the Regina Planning Commission for regulating heritage and architectural design. These are all things that are within our toolbox to do, and I would suggest that considering there has been 2 residences that have come forward on a 2019 policy, and we've ended up with nothing but frustration and adversarial positioning, I'd suggest it's an unacceptable situation. I thank you for this work. Based upon Councillor Hawkins' interest in some of what comes of that report, I did volunteer you, Councillor Hawkins, to participate as of April in perhaps the stakeholder engagement portion of it to help be a voice of council on that committee. But this type of situation is simply unacceptable. And as it relates to the building itself, it can't be heritage at all costs. I agree with Councillor Hawkins in terms of this was not a case of demolition by neglect by the owner. And that's what I have to say for it. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Seeing no further comments or questions, Mr. Clerk, I'm going to ask that you call the vote. And just to be clear, what we're voting on is that 56 Angus Crescent not be approved as a designated heritage property, and that bylaw 2020-68 be withdrawn.
Thank you, Mayor. I will begin with Councillor Findura, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
Against.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
Opposed.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Mole.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
The motion carries 9-1. Mayor?
Can we ask Councillor LeBlanc to come back, please?
Oh.
Did you all forget? 3:15, isn't it?
Do you want to take it now, or do you want
What do we want to do?
Well, better. couple of zoning things. This is discretionary use at the end.
Sorry, I have a point of order.
And then this, and then you go there.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Skidniak.
For Mr. Nickel, was the motion, I believe, was carried, was it 8-2 then? Not 9-1?
There's only 10 of us.
Right, so I voted against, as did Councillor Stevens.
No, Councillor Stevens voted in favor.
Oh, did he?
Oh, then I misheard. I apologize. It was 8-2 then. I'm sorry. My apologies.
Thank you, Councillor
Okay.
Skidniak. We have a mandatory recess at 2 hours. We have a recess that's required by legislation, otherwise we might not be going anywhere, but prior to entering into the next issue, why don't we take a 15-minute recess, which means we will back here at 3:16. We're 3:16, folks. You want a gavel? You want a gavel? Come on. Don't make me gavel.
All right, where's that hammer?
Yeah.
Where's that hammer?
Oh, you go ahead. Thank you. Thank you. That went way better than I thought, actually. So thanks. I needed to see the list of chat, and when she had the motion up, I couldn't see if anybody wanted to talk, which apparently I'm supposed to. All right.
I thought you were watching the viewers.
Yeah. No, turns out I wasn't. All right, we're going to call it back to order. Going to state the obvious. We have 2 hours and 43 minutes to get through the rest. Next up on the agenda is we'll consider item CR 21-15, 1654 11th Avenue. I believe it's the MJ building. Discretionary use application. Councillor Fundura, can you please introduce the report?
Okay, Mayor Masters, I'll do my best here. Introducing CR 21-15, 1654 11th Avenue, discretionary use application. That the City Council approve the discretionary use application to allow a proposed assembly community land use located at 1654 11th Avenue. Can I get a second there? Okay.
Councillor LeBlanc.
Councillor LeBlanc, thank you very much. So, Mayor Masters, Shayna Stock, representing Heritage Community Association, presented and answered questions at the Heritage at our RPC. And the Heritage Association is in support of the designation of the application. The applicant, on behalf of City of Regina, proposes to redevelop the property at 1654 11th Avenue to accommodate an assembly community land use, i.e. community center. The historical part of this building, which is Municipal Justice Building, will be retained and repurposed. The addition to the north will be demolished and replaced with a new addition. This new addition will have a gymnasium, multi-purpose room, and this will be used for the Regina Police Service. And the other side of the building will be used by community center for the Heritage Community Association. The commission had a good discussion, had no issues with it. This makes complete sense. Heritage Association is thrilled to finally be getting a community center. They're totally supportive. Their center will be used by community at large, public. They'll have like a friendship centers, multi-purpose room for kitchens. So they're all excited about it, and it's a win-win situation here, Mayor. So the Planning Commission had no issue, like I said, voted unanimously with this. Commission seeks concurrence. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Any questions from members on the report? Seeing none, I'll ask I apologize. Apologies, Councillor Bresciani, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. So just in regards to this, there was some discussion regarding in the community center there having the police work out in that area. Is that still happening, or what?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So there will be a joint facility, like the RPS will be utilizing that. I don't know if the details have been finalized yet, but that was one of the options. I'm not sure if Mr. Lacey can go through the details.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. So I think initially there was some concern expressed about perhaps intermingling of the community with the RPS, and that was in the early first stage consultations. So we have taken that feedback and we've developed a facility actually where there are some separate entrances between the RPS and the public, particularly the RPS to their fitness area. And through subsequent consultations that we've done, I think we have addressed those initial concerns that were raised by the community that was specifically expressed to us. So yes, there was some initial concern. That feedback was taken into consideration when we did the conceptual design, and we understand the community is happy in how we've addressed the concerns that were initially raised.
Great. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, Mr. Clerk, could you call the vote, please?
Thank you. I will begin with Councillor Findura, please.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor?
Councillor Mole.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries unanimously, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll now consider item CR 21-16, relative to 1840 Lawrence Street, which is a contract zone application. Councillor Findura, can you please introduce the report?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I bring you CR 21-16, 1840 Lawrence Street, contract zone application. That the City Council approved the application to extend the existing contract zone for the property located at 1840 Lawrence Street, which allows continuous use of the property as temporary surface parking lot until December 31, 2022. Can I get a seconder, please? Thank you very much. So, Mayor Masters, at Planning Commission, Mr. Robert Byers, representing Namarin Housing Corporation, presented and answered questions. Commission did ask why is it taking this long to get the funding. They're coming in for another extension, just to kind of have a conversation with them where they are at. The answers, well, the CMHC, the federal government, province, because they're a nonprofit, it's usually tough to, with a nonprofit organization, to kind of bid out and get some funding. So that's the thing for them. So they are here to the proposed development, Madam Mayor, is intended as an interim use of the parking lot, and what I'll do is I will further their plans for future development of the site as mixed-use high-rise. The extension is vital to Namarin as it assists them in ongoing plans to develop, and it's an urgent need for affordable housing. So yes, of course, they're talking about is they're coming again, but because of the circumstances, the time, what's happening, the climate, they're looking to get an extension for 2 years to give them a little bit of a chance to work with the CMHC, work with the government to see, and again, being a nonprofit, it's tough on them. And RD bid supports the extension from the temporary parking lot. So they have and attached to the report, you have a letter from the RD bid standing behind extension, and for the purpose of what's coming. It's good for the downtown, good for the affordable housing. It's good for Namarin to help them to get to that point. Mayor Masters, Planning Commission, the vote was 8-2. As moving forward, the committee seeks concurrence. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. Could I ask administration to speak to this?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As Councillor Findura indicated, Namarin Development Corporation has requested an extension to their existing contract zone at 1840 Lawrence Street to allow for for the continuation of the temporary parking lot. Council did previously approve the 76 stalls on the site in September 28, 2015, and later renewed that on May 27, 2019. So the term did expire on December 31st, 2020, but just due to processing of the application and getting it onto an agenda, this was why it's here today and past the due date. We do support this application as an interim measure. We have evaluated it, and as Councillor Findura said, the downtown bid does support this extension. We know that Namarin has been working to try and get funding. And we do recommend that this extension be granted. Just for council's knowledge, the other the parking lot that's also attached to this is a existing parking lot that's grandfathered in. So if this was to not be approved, there'd still be a parking lot because it is grandfathered in on a portion of this area of the total site.
Thank you, Ms. Harlock. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. I'm speaking against this application, and just a couple points to make as to why. First, my argument is that the recommendation from administration should be no, simply because both the OCP, our underutilized land strategy, as well as the downtown plan make it clear that we do not need any more surface parking lots. So that should be it, full stop. We'll have a chance to discuss this later, of course. I think council should also see these surface parking lots as what they are, which is a noxious use. And I see no reason to actually advance this on that principle. When I first supported this several years ago, it was simply because it was going to be temporary use. Well, we're seeing the same argument. Namarin does have a concept plan, but to my knowledge, they have not secured funding. There's no application in the process. So this isn't temporary. This is going to be permanent until some unforeseeable time in the future when that project gets funded. And I think that would make a big difference. It made a big difference for me several years ago as it does now. So I think the standing commitment of council should be to oppose all temporary parking lots, surface parking lots, unless there is an accompanying building permit or plan so we can actually say for certain that this is a temporary lot and we just need it for 2 years. But I've heard that argument before. The organization in question is exceptional. I support it, but I do not believe that this is a temporary use. I would also take issue with some of the letters that were written in terms of market conditions. Well, the same market conditions have existed in the downtown for decades. And we've also approved new housing elsewhere in the city. In fact, almost every committee meeting, we approve more housing buildings outside of the downtown, which says to me that people are still buying houses. In fact, we heard recent reports suggesting there has been an uptick in housing purchases. So this is not a simple market condition. This is a market condition specific to the downtown. And part of the condition is jeopardized by our lax approach to downtown parking. So I do not want to make an example of this, but the standing position from the planning department, as I understand it, is no more parking, and I think that should be maintained by council. As well-meaning as this organization is, but until there's a live permit, it's not a viable project. So I hope that we can dismiss this and call it for what it is, which is a permanent parking lot.
Councillor Stadnicek.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, Madam Mayor, I was actually hoping that a representative from Namarin would be here today because I do want to know a little bit more about their operations. I'm wondering if anyone in the administration would know about some of their other properties in terms of their social housing that they do. I am aware that they use solar panels on a lot of their housing units. And I think that would be a really welcome initiative in the downtown area. So I'm just wondering if anyone from the administration can give me a little bit more information about the kinds of projects Namarin has in the city.
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I can't speak specifically to theirs. It's really a question for them to answer.
Okay. Okay. Follow up then, through you, Mayor Masters, is in terms of market conditions for housing, there's been, as Councillor Stevens said, there's been housing development in the city, but have we seen very many non-profit social housing units been built in the city in the last number of years?
Through you, Mayor Masters, we have seen a number of units in Harbour Landing and out in the east end of the city. So there is a number of affordable housing units through our program. I just don't have the numbers handy, but there is a number of units that are built every year for the affordable housing.
Okay, thank you. No more questions.
Councillor Shaw.
Through you, Mayor. Mayor, sorry. I'm going to strongly oppose this. I was on the planning committee and I was against this. There was absolutely no evidence of what they've been doing, how they've been doing it. They supplied nothing, no evidence whatsoever as to what they've been going through, the people that they've talked to, where they're sitting in the works of this. And this has been going on for years. It's not just the project stalled. I know he was saying based on COVID. Well, COVID's only been here since this year, and this has been a parking lot for many years. So I strongly oppose this request. Thank you.
Councillor LeBlanc.
I would also speak against the proposal. Just to echo a little bit of Councillor Stevens, I think Namrand Housing Corporation does a lot of good work, but operating this temporary parking lot is not amongst that good work. So I'll be voting against. Thank you.
Councillor Rusciani.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think one of the things is we have to be consistent, and you know, we extended, we put a you know, the one parking lot in. We said in 1 year we need to have a permit. That one will be gone if they don't come back with a permit in a year. I think we cannot choose one over others. I think we have to be consistent. That's what we're here to do, is bring policy, develop policy that's fair. I'm disappointed that it's administration, you know, is supporting this. I think we have to be consistent. It's hard for, I mean, for council here. We rely on administration to ensure that we have policies in place. You know, with what we know that, you know, the downtown and the parking, the whole parking policy, I'm interested to know why administration would recommend this. Through you, Madam.
Through you. I'll take this. Okay. Through you, Mayor Masters. So this is a bit of a unique property in that this parking lot was established through the sale of some land from the city to Namrand. They also purchased some land from the province. So, you know, I agree with folks. Namrand is a very worthy and credible organization, and they do significant work in the community. This is a project that obviously has hit a bit of a standstill. I think it has been delayed as a result of COVID. But, you know, to Councillor Stevens and others, it has not advanced. So there are a number of other conversations that are going on in the community right now. One is a transit master plan. So if the development doesn't occur, then there is an option in the agreement for the city to actually purchase that back. So, you know, it's too early to say at this point whether the city has an interest in that particular parcel in terms of transit, the master plan, and potentially a transit hub. So those discussions have not occurred. But from the administration's point of view, allowing this to be a temporary parking space for another up to 2 years, I think allows us to continue to explore whether or not the city actually would have an interest in purchasing that land back, because we have a need. And, you know, if Namrand can't advance their project, then we still have that ability. So that's the background, you know, a little bit further than what we would talk about normally in a public meeting, but there is a history behind that piece of land in terms of how Namrand acquired it, and the fact that the city has an obligation to take it back at some point. And we may have an interest to do that. And we should be in a position as we go through our transit master plan sometime by the middle of June to really know whether that's a site that you know, would have an interest for a transit hub.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, I was really excited when they came because they were talked about housing, social housing that was so in need, and then it sits vacant. And we kind of have been around this thing. This is not a first-time thing for downtown that we see developers do this. The concern is that there was also talk, and I remember them talking about even it being a small mini mart of a grocery store. And again, you know, it kind of sits here. So as much as I appreciate hearing from the city manager that there might be other options, I think it's up to them to do the due diligence to kind of work and see what else that can be done. That's maybe only one, maybe there's others. But if we continue to extend, I do think that there's never that they have to find anything. So I think we have to be consistent within our policy, and so I will not be able to support this.
Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with the basic principles with respect to surface parking that Councillor Stevens and others have just outlined. And in particular, one of those principles is a concern that temporary parking will become permanent parking, and I've made that argument in other circumstances. Namaran does do good work. Raising money is a problem, but I just don't see how we can maintain a surface parking lot here indefinitely. So I think that the proper course is not to support the continuation of a temporary parking lot. If circumstances change, either the city or Namaran can come back, but I will not be supporting the continuation of what looks more and more like a permanent surface parking lot in our downtown, already blighted by parking lots.
Councillor Mancinelli?
Thank you. I just have a question. What are the difference in taxes collected from a lot that's being used as a surface parking lot as compared to just a clear-cut lot with no building on it?
Yeah, you did say that already. Oh, sorry.
Mr. Holden or Mr. Lacey, would you like to answer that one?
Can you repeat the question?
I was just asking what's the difference in the tax rate between a lot that's containing a surface parking lot as compared to just a desolate lot?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'm not sure if Ms. Bryden's on the line. I don't have that information. Maybe I'll just see if Ms. Bryden's on the line.
Good afternoon, through you, Madam Mayor. So the assessment value for a parking lot is similar to that as vacant land.
Thank you. One more question. Are we able to correct the collection on that if a lot is being used for making commerce as opposed to just sitting bare? Is that something we have control over if we decided to differentiate the two tax rates?
Through you, Madam Mayor. No, I don't believe. The standard is pretty much the same across Saskatchewan for parking lots that are assessed as vacant land.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's my only question.
Councillor Zakidniak?
Thank you. So just a quick statement. I was also one who voted against this continued extension of the temporary parking lot at the Planning Commission. And sort of in agreement with what some of the other folks have already said. We know we don't need additional parking downtown with 46.7% of Regina's private land downtown devoted to parking. It's true, Namaran has a great proposal out there, and we do want to support nonprofit organizations, but we can't change our stance and make decisions based on the good intentions or who the applicant is. We need to be consistent, following up with what Councillor Bresciani said, about how we apply the rules. And for that reason, I will also not be supporting this recommendation from administration. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions or comments, Ms. Councillor Ventura, would you like to close the report?
I'll close if you allow me to. Thank you very much. My masters, we must recognize that at the Planning Commission, we had a vote 8-2. So there is a civilian representation on the Planning Commission that reviewed, looked at, asked questions, debated, and gave their opinion. It was 8-2. The applicant is actively pursuing the funding opportunities. Downtown Business District RD bid is in full support. This piece of land, which is on one end is a parking lot already grandfathered. The other one, this will give them they need. So what we heard is they need every little bit of help that they can get. Is this parking lot going to save them? Is it that busy downtown? Well, that's to be seen. But from the standpoint of the Planning Commission, the vote 8-2. There's 8 individuals on that commission that reviewed, looked at, gave and brought recommendation here to say, in their opinion, it's in our initial interest to help to facilitate this. I understand we're going to be dealing with parking lots, but this is a different circumstances. If they come back in 2 years, that was the question asked. Then in 2 years we can talk about it. If we're going to debate that and say, well, maybe in 2 years we're not going to pursue and go a different road. But this is the discussion that we had at the Planning Commission about what is parking lot is for them. It is not about who they are or what it is, who's asking. It's just a point of securing something to help them to get to the next step. So I will say again that the Planning Commission was 8-2. It's a good number. I'm not saying we should not, but this is from the Planning Commission. From my personal perspective, I may masters outside the Planning Commission, I do believe that there are one-offs or circumstances of things. We need to deal with that. We cannot package everybody in one basket. I understand the needs and wants. When the plan came in front of us, as Councillor Stevens mentioned, it looked good. It still looks good. A grocery store, something active downtown. Transit is close by. You're looking at 2 towers with individuals. We always talk about mode of transportation. When you build things on the transit route, where it gives the individual a chance to use the transit. And that's another increase that we will get usage of the transit. So in my opinion, I'm in support of this because I will give the 2 years. That lot is going to sit empty if we don't. It's going to either way. To me, it makes sense to for the next 2 years, and if it comes back in 2 years, we all will be here. We can decide then. So for me, I am in favor. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, would you please call the vote?
Thank you, Mayor. I will begin with Councillor Findura, please.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
Opposed.
Councillor Shaw.
Opposed.
Councillor Zahidniak.
Opposed.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Mole.
In favor.
Councillor Stavnicek.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
Opposed.
Councillor Stevens.
Opposed.
Councillor Bresciani.
Opposed.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
The motion is defeated 5-6. Madam Mayor.
We'll have more parking later. Like right now. We have a delegation, correct? Is she on the line? Thank you. I'd like to call upon delegation Ina Cages. Please introduce yourself for the record and the organization you're representing, if any. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members of Council may have for you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Masters and Council. My name is Ina Cages. I'm representing myself and my partner here, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak with you about temporary surface parking lots. I speak from the perspective of a downtown condo owner and dweller. We moved downtown partly motivated by the promise of a revitalized, vibrant downtown with lots of attractive public spaces. Certainly the language of the OCP reflects that promise. I understand that the OCP is what people like to call aspirational, but I fear that aspirational has become a code word for unrealistic and unattainable. And I would really like that not to be the case with the OCP. So far, in our experience downtown, the promise of revitalization hasn't borne much fruit. And I'll just quickly go through what has happened because there's been some discussion already. The first thing was a giant hole that will now apparently morph into a temporary surface parking lot. There's a plan, we're told, for development on that site. Another thing that's happened is the demolition touted as urgently necessary in 2012 of a filled to capacity apartment block on Hamilton. Permission was given for a temporary surface parking lot for parking vehicles and equipment accompanying construction of other buildings. Since then, despite assurances made at the time of the application, the site remains vacant, and the alleged development plan has yet to materialize. Similarly, with the vacant lot on Lorne Street, it is a difficult situation because it is a really, really good organization that submitted the proposal. But again, sounds like a great proposed project, but there's no actual plan, and I'm betting that there won't be. It does seem clear from looking at Appendix A to this report that downtown Regina does not need any more surface parking lots, temporary or permanent. I believe that complaints about downtown parking reflect mostly a prairie imperative. You must park as close as physically possible for your destination, and you must drive around until that exact spot becomes available. The OCP recommends a significant residential presence in downtown Regina, and I don't see that creating guidelines for approving temporary surface parking lots does anything in that regard. Mostly it just guarantees that there will be more temporary surface parking lots. I think there are some things that the city could work on that would contribute to residential density and concurrently create the vibrancy and the enhanced public realm and open space and pedestrian-oriented environment to which the OCP points as desirable. The OCP says the city's downtown is the heart of the city, and however you interpret that, I'm pretty sure that having temporary surface parking lots isn't it. I would like to see council focus concretely on the elements of the OCP that contribute to creating the heart of the city. Some ideas: a grocery store, radically enhanced transit to downtown, enhanced pedestrian and bicycle access throughout downtown, what the OCP calls active transportation, development of a communications plan to encourage less vehicle reliance and to demonstrate alternatives to a car culture and a car-oriented infrastructure. Finally, I would like to see meetings with existing downtown residents to canvass their ideas for a revitalized downtown. What keeps them here, or do they even want to stay? I would appreciate council amending the OCP only to reinforce the prohibition against temporary surface parking lots in the downtown Regina area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cages. Do any of the members have any questions of the delegation? Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you, Mayor Masters, and through you, Mayor Masters. So, question to Ms. Cadgis. You gave a lot of examples of what has happened in the downtown area. How does it feel, like as a resident living downtown, how do you feel in terms of, I'm not sure if I want to use the word safety or the aesthetics of the downtown, how, when there's so many downtown surface parking lots, how does that impact you as a resident?
Personally, I don't feel unsafe in the downtown area. However, the aesthetics of the downtown area kind of suck, actually. I drove this morning, actually. I drove down 12th Avenue and then onto Rose Street just to view the surface parking lots. And it really is. It's just a bleak landscape, really unattractive and uninspiring.
No further questions. Thank you.
Today, you can, say it again? Got it. Apologies, you couldn't hear me, Ms. Cages. Thanks very much for your presentation today. You can leave the call.
Thank you.
We have a communication for item CR 21-3 from Jim Elliott. Can I have someone move to receive and file? Councillor Stevens and a seconder, Councillor Bresciani. I'll call the question. All those opposed? Seeing none. We will now consider CR 21-3, temporary downtown surface parking lots. Councillor Ventura, can you introduce the report, please?
Oh, yeah, you had me on the speaker and I pushed the button too quick. There we go. Thank you very much. I introduce CR 21-3, temporary downtown surface parking lot. City Council direct administration to prepare amendments to design Regina official community plan bylaw 2013-48 part B4 Regina downtown neighborhood plan and accommodate temporary surface parking lots in Q2 of 2021. Can I get a seconder, please? Councilor Mancinelli, I guess.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. So I'll continue. The amendment is looking to provide some flexibility in the decision-making and policy needs clarity. This is not to make easier to apply for surface parking lot. The use of the contract zone would continue to be the method for considering temporary parking lots in a downtown where criteria can be demonstrated to be met. Planning Commission, again, this was a very lively discussion. There was there's maybe I can say confusion of what this report is asking for. The questions were asked about, if you look at the map, you have 49% of surface parking or empty lots in the downtown core. The comments and questions from the Planning Commission were to see maybe less of the surface parking to more of a structural parking. At Planning Commission, the vote was 9-1. To go further, Mayor Masters, I'll go as there's a commission who concurs. So 9-1 vote, the commission concurs with the recommendation. Mayor Master, if I may ask, I'd like to pass the football over to Ms. Harlock because, like I said before, the recommendation or the report, how it was written, what it was asking for, there was some confusion. So I'd like Ms. Harlock to kind of lift us out of that, describe to what it is, what the ask is, so we can understand to what we're actually dealing with. What is administration asking? What is this all about? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. So just to be clear, we were asked to bring a report back regarding a review of the surface parking lot restrictions in the downtown. That was a council motion. So we undertook that work. Through that work, we did consultation, reviewed internally the documents that we had, and got recommendations that are being brought forward today. It is correct, right now in the zoning bylaw and the downtown plan, surface parking lots, new surface parking lots are not a permitted or discretionary use. The way they have been dealt with is through contract zones. So that was what was brought forward in the last application, and that's the only way a temporary parking lot could get brought forward going forward. So that's the legal way that it can come forward. The challenge that we as administration have and the applicants is that there's no parameters upon which we can evaluate an application. in order to bring it forward to council. So we are bringing them ad hoc. We don't have requirements around landscaping. We don't have clear guidelines around DDR dedication to the deferred revenue, downtown revenue account, and other guidelines around that, how long they can be there and under what circumstances would we consider it. And so that's what the recommendation is actually stating. It would still be about using the contract zone, but what we're asking councils, or what our recommendation is to council, is for council to tell us to go away, figure out what all of those guidelines would be, and then bring a report back to council in Q2 of 21, so that when, like this last application, we were basing it on what we had, which was the history, the existing parking lot, et cetera. With this, we'd be able to bring, there'd be more parameters if someone was going to ask for a temporary parking lot. In no way would it open up the door for a floodgate. Each one would be looked at it in its own merits, and it could only be brought forward by a contract zone, which council has to approve. That's the only way it can be approved. So I think there was a little bit, just the way the report is written, was some confusion. So on page 2, kind of outlines what we'd be looking for in terms of the parameters. And on page 4, it also provides what we'd be bringing back to council in Q2 around the requirements and recommendations should council instruct us to go forth. I can answer any other questions council may have.
Councillor Hawkins?
Mayor Masters, I have no questions. I'd like to make a statement. I'm opposed, completely opposed to the recommendation that's being brought before council. I want to say this at the outset. There's no confusion here in my mind. We need more parking like we need another minus 40-degree morning. We have here a system that works perfectly well. It says no more parking in our zoning bylaw and downtown plan. It accomplishes our objective. It states it clearly. It's clear for developers and everyone else to see. There is an escape hatch through contract zone applications, but we've only used that a couple of times in the last 9 years, and that's the way it should be. Make no mistake, what is being proposed here is a regulatory system which will inevitably permit more temporary downtown parking lots. This is a one area in which we don't need much flexibility of decision making. If there is an urgent need for a downtown parking lot, the proper course is the one we just followed, to bring it towards council for a contract zone application and hear what that urgent need. If we approve this, we'll allow land speculators to purchase land downtown, sit on it, using parking revenue, if there is any, to pay for the mortgage on that land. This is exactly what we don't need downtown. The report sets out survey opinion in respect to this. I'm a little surprised at the administration's recommendation given the survey opinion. It's absolutely clear from the RDB bid survey done that 80% of people surveyed opposed it. The focus groups opposed it. In fact, the only people that appear to have supported were a handful of developers and a group that the administration put forward. I said earlier, and I'll say it again, temporary parking risks becoming permanent parking. We've seen examples of that. And finally, this is not timely. I mean, what is the rush on this? We've got 48%, 46.7% parking downtown. We've got almost no cars because of COVID looking for parking. We've got a report coming through in Q2 21. If, as the administration suggests, what we need is guidelines, they should tell us what those guidelines are in that report, not ask us to buy a report that's devoid of guideline at this time. So again, finally, this report will increase applications for temporary parking. That's exactly what we don't need downtown. We have a blight of surface parking in the downtown area. I will oppose this in favor of the status quo. Thank you, Mayor Masters.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins, but I'm going to actually suggest you had a question in there. It was, what's the rush on this? Ms. Harlech?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there is no rush. We were asked by council to bring a report forward regarding temporary parking lots. The challenge that administration faces is that what our recommendation isn't changing the process today. The challenge we have is when these applications come forward. So I'll go to Capital Point, like that site. Questions came forward at that where councillors were asking, well, how do we charge? If we're going to allow this, let's charge them money on each parking stall that'll go into the DDRA. Let's put landscaping requirements down. Let's do this. Let's do this. We have no policy around that. And I'm fine, like it can be on a ad hoc, one-off basis. But what we're suggesting is if we bring a report back with some parameters around if it's approved by council, because it always has to be approved by council, then what we would have is some guidelines around, okay, if there's a parking lot, a temporary parking lot approved, this much money would go into the DDRA, and this is what would be the landscaping requirements. This would be the lighting requirements. This would be all of those requirements. Because right now, every application that's come forward, there's no guidelines for administration to make recommendations to council. That's what the recommendation is. It's not to allow parking lots to come forward and be approved in any other form than what it is today. So we had just said Q2 because we don't feel it would take that much work to bring a report back. But we're just following up on a council motion.
Mayor Masters, the policy is just say no.
Thank you for your input, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Stevens.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate administration outlining the nuance in here. It was actually kind of tough to navigate, and you spelled out why. As someone who supported the motion, it was simply because there was an assessment of whether or not we need new parking. We don't. I think the report makes that clear. And secondly, the extent to which we can turn parking into revenue generation. I still follow Councillor Hawkins' position, which is just say no is the approach. I have a question, though, in terms of procedure. Would it be still in the spirit of this report to remove temporary parking and instead proceed with a review of the requirements we put on all parking lots? So, for instance, if it's landscaping, aesthetics, a commitment to renewable energy in terms of solar panels required for parking lots, paving, etc., can I simply amend this report to exclude temporary and go ahead with a study of all parking lots going forward? Through the chair.
Through you, Mayor Masters. Yes, we have many of those for new parking lots, like those requirements, not the solar. So those requirements are already existing, but if it was with respect to solar and your requests around the DDRA and things like that, we could bring something back that addresses those issues.
Okay.
And outlines what's existing today for new parking lots.
Okay. Thank you. So this will be fun. I'd like to propose an amendment that would, bear with me please, that would essentially remove temporary parking lots as a focus of this analysis, but it would be included in a broader review and would include such issues as annual stall contributions to the DDRA, as well as lighting, landscaping, paving, aesthetics, and renewable energy requirements to current and future parking lots that advance the Transportation Master Plan, OCP, sustainability framework, and underutilized lands, and that maintains the existing process and time frame for securing parking lots in the downtown. So in other words, it would be a report that would look at all parking lot requirements and then specific to the temporary as well. But the spirit here is to maintain our position on temporary lots.
Mayor Masters, procedurally, this is not an amendment. This is a whole new motion. I would suggest that we defeat the recommendation on the floor and that Councillor Stevens then bring a whole new motion along the lines that he suggests.
Councillor Stevens, may I ask you to consider something else?
Fire away.
By coincidence, not at all. We had received a briefing note in terms of the update from executive on the parking program assessment based upon a conversation last week. I followed up with the downtown bid, and I had a conversation with a couple of you. I'm hesitant to make some of these decisions in the absence of the downtown bid's input. We have a master transit plan being undertaken right now that is to be ready in some form midsummer. My conversation with the executive director of the downtown bid was that they're in the process over the next few months of visioning downtown to come back and report in, as is their mandate, as it relates to the vision for coming out of not just the pandemic, but how to go forward and make some recommendation. I asked them to consider the 2014 parking study. I'm pretty clear on how they feel about temporary parking. But I'm suggesting, is there an option to table this and allow them to do the work, which is what their mandate is, to come forward with the very things we're asking for as it relates to issues around parking, how to beautify, potential charges, etc. But to allow that organization to provide input to council, because I can't say right now that I know what the downtown bid wants and what they need as it relates to development downtown. So I guess that's my question before you.
So procedurally, Mayor, as well as what Councillor Hawkins says, I could put forward a referral motion that would defer that to this report to that process, but to administration, that's not a city-led process.
No, and I would actually like to not use city resources until we have some of that feedback as well as the master transit plan back. I think it rolls better at that point because then they'll have a fulsome discussion coming out of the bid.
So I don't know where to refer it to. All I need is a destination. A tabling motion just puts pause on the status quo, and I think we know where that's going.
Mr. Clerk, would you speak to it?
There are a few options here, Madam Mayor. What you could do is move a motion to essentially table consideration of this report and its request pending submission of the report that is being done and undertaken by the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District at a time to be determined. Because I don't think there's anything that's going to change in the report that you have. You just want to hoist it for a while until such time as you have the input from the RD bid.
Yep.
I think we got nods.
There's typically, that's a tabling motion, there's no debate on it.
That's correct.
I was wondering if the chair would allow for some comment on that approach. It's up to you.
That's typical.
Okay. Yeah. You have a comment on that approach?
Well, if I'm putting forward that motion, my invitation was to fellow councillors to make a remark about that approach.
Okay. Councillor Mancinelli?
Thank you. Recently became the representative on the RD bid and attended my first meeting just to share some of the information. Of course, with the pandemic, the effects on our city and the businesses downtown. This is a hot topic as well as how to get bodies back down there. I think respectfully to the business leaders that represent the bid and investment in our city, this is a very good approach to try to get that input from different segments rather than just council and try to come back with a comprehensive decision on what we all need. So I really appreciate this tabling motion. I think it'll line up nicely, and I think it's very respectful of the people in the bid for their investment in our city.
Councillor Stevens? Sorry, Councillor Stevens? No, you're good?
Yeah, that's fine. I had some undertakings if we're going down that road, but I'll let others speak.
Okay.
If they have questions about the tabling motion.
Councillor Fundura, I think you're up.
That's me. Okay, now I'm going to play rugby. I'm tossing the ball up again. My question would be to administration. We've heard what the ask is on this report. Is that going to change anything? Because we're talking about RD bid, we're talking about city, we're talking about giving it back to RD bid for them to come back to us. It's kind of going all over the place. The comment would be is if we're giving this to RD bid, then we back up and we let them talk about downtown. Because I mean, when you look at the RD bid is critical of the 2014 report, and we know that. We're working towards it. They supported the Namarin and the parking. So from the height, from 30,000 feet, I'd like to, if we're going to give it to RD bid, how do we do that? Well, my question would be to administration then is, where does that put this report, put administration and where we are? We're just going to shelve the administration, and I'll take that rugby ball, whatever, and hoist it over to the RD bid? Well, that would be my question. Where are we at? Because our administration has been doing all this work. They come and prepare this, came to the planning commission, county planning commission had a good discussion. Here we are today. Are we going to, we're going to trash this thing? We're going to, what are we going to do?
I think we want to take your work and park it for, say, 6 months. Do you like that? Do you like that pun? Hey? Temporarily park it.
I guess few of us don't like temporary.
But it's not that the work goes away. It's that we park utilizing administrative resources. We park it until the master transit plan is done, until the RD bid has a full review and some recommendations coming back on parking. That's kind of what we're discussing here.
I just like to kind of hear it from the administration. That's what
Mr. Holden?
would be. We're comfortable there. I just want to make sure that I'm making the right decision.
So through your masters, the report in front of you today was to really bring some guidelines and criteria around downtown parking. The conversation through Councillor Stevens was, can we look at that in a more broader fashion? Ms. Horlick's indicated for new developments and parking lots, we have a lot of the criteria, we have a lot of the landscaping requirements, etc. What this is going to do is table this report. We'll allow the RD bid then to go through a visioning exercise. They will provide some recommendations and input as to what they want to see in the downtown related to parking in particular, beautification of the downtown. Once we get that information, then we'll revisit the report and it'll come back in front of council for further direction. So we're just, as the mayor said, we're temporarily parking it.
Okay. I'm good, yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, I just wanted to state for the record that it was a matter of ensuring that, we're talking aesthetics, the sustainability framework, and I'm speaking explicitly around solar panels as well as EV charging station requirements and the underutilized land strategy. So it's just a convergence of things we got in the cooker already.
We can do this. Councillor Stevens. Mr. Holden, are you okay with referencing that completion of the draft of the transit master plan?
Through you, Mayor Masters. Yeah, the master plan will not come until later on in the year, but we will have some information from our consultant mid-year. So again, it all depends on timing. But yes, it should say pending the initial findings of the draft transit master plan.
Mayor Masters, I would suggest one small change. It says this. I think it should refer expressly to CR 21-3.
Yes, that's fine.
Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. Just in regards to this, so if the Regina downtown bid is discussing the parking and the beautification, is this part of the vibrancy as well? Okay, so I think while they're meeting, they may as well talk about the vibrancy, and we talked about the winter city motion. And what that means is we want to be active all year, looking at how we beautify our city with the open fire pits, the areas where you can, sit outside to enjoy some of these. So again, we just don't close up in the winter, and also in creating that beautification would be art and light. So I just want to make sure that that's the takeaway and they understand what that means. I will say that Municipality of Saskatchewan had a very good speaker on vibrancy and building community, and downtown was a really big piece of it. So I just want to, I don't know if that has to be added or is that just a take?
Through you, Mayor Masters, if it's okay with Councillor Bresciani and Councillor Stevens as well as the rest of council, just based on these one-offs that you are mentioning, if I could just meet with you after to add them to this motion, is that okay with everyone?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So at the end of the day, this is a motion around parking. Realizing that, the RD bid has an interest in a vision for the downtown. Parking lots, I think in many people's minds are a detraction from that beautification. So they're going to provide that input to us. As a part of that, we'll take that away and incorporate that into our winter strategy. We do want to be a more vibrant community. We want to have a more active vibe in our downtown. So I think the findings that we get through the visioning work of RD bid will enter into a number of different areas that administration will be responsible to review. It's not all going to come out of this motion that's primarily focused on parking.
Councillor LeBlanc?
My only concern with the motion as drafted is it ties us to some extent to the timelines of another body, being the downtown bid. So I've never worked with them. I'm sure they're confident and competent, but I've seen no evidence of that. So I wouldn't want to get stuck in a situation where they take a year to review it, and by this motion we're on the hook. So I wonder if we can just add something that says at the end, or other such time as council may decide to bring this tabled motion back, just so we still control when we speak about it next, if we think they're not moving quickly enough. So I suppose I would propose that as an amendment to this proposed tabling motion.
Mr. Holden, I'll ask you, do you think saying the end of August creates any difficulty for us?
Yeah, through your message, I was just going to suggest that we say Q3.
End of Q3, end of September then? It's okay, perfect. Thank you. Councillor Zakidniak, I just want to check in with you that, did you want to speak to this?
Yeah, I did, thanks. I just have a question. Going back to the motion originally proposed by Councillor Stevens, where he expressed an interest in also consideration of renewable energy, could be solar panels, or it could be sustainability requirements in general, such as electric charging stations. I'm not sure that that's captured here. I did hear from Mrs. Ackerman that she would be checking in with folks to finalize the wording of this. Is that the next step to that she would check in with Councillor Stevens regarding the sustainability, the desire for having some sustainability guidelines as well?
Yes, I think that was the intention of Deputy Clerk Ackerman, that she would check in on in terms of kind of the lens with which we were looking for them to look at both parking beautification and that vision for vibrancy downtown.
Okay, great. I'm just very interested in seeing that included here as well. But if there's a plan to facilitate that, then I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no further questions or comments, Mr. Clerk, can I have you call the vote on the table?
Thank you. With respect to the tabling motion, I will begin with Councillor Stevens, please.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Moore.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Tabling motion carries unanimously, Mayor.
Thank you. Delegation on the line? Yeah. One moment. I would like to call upon the delegation, Chief Brady Owatch and Pat Fiacco, Carry the Kettle First Nation. Please introduce yourself for the record and any organization you're representing. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members of Council may have for you. Welcome. Hi there.
Hi, it's Pat Fiacco. Just seeing if Chief Brady Owatch is on the line.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I was trying to talk there, but I was on mute. My name is Chief Brady Owatch from Carry the Kettle First Nation.
Please proceed.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank each and every one of you for allowing myself and Pat to speak on behalf of Carry the Kettle First Nation. As most of you have known, I've been chief now for 2018. Again, I just want to pass my congratulations on to you as well for your newly appointed this election. I know what that feels like, I guess, at some capacity. But moreover, we're just here to speak on behalf of our the land that we do have, which is based on the north of Regina. I know that a lot of the zoning has been done by City Regina, and I know our concept plan that we do have is in line with I guess what you do have for zoning. And I guess the whole point of this whole land is to provide my nation the opportunity to I guess have that economic reconciliation, I guess, to my nation. As you may know, this is something that's been in the works for some time. Not only just myself, but a lot of the pre-chiefs before my time have put a lot of effort and time into trying to find a way for my nation to, I guess, be involved on the economic sector. So this would be, I guess, a wonderful opportunity, not only just for Carry the Kettle First Nation, but City Regina as well. So this can be something that we work on together, just so we can move forward in a more positive way. And I'll let Pat also make some comments as well.
Thank you, Chief, and hello to Chief Masters and Council. As I had indicated at the Executive Committee, this particular project is a project that will include commercial, residential, and light industrial development. And it's a development that's going to be phased in over 20 or so years. And the intent right now is that we have to focus on the groundwork for the future of our development. So as I stated earlier, this includes, but not limited to, the active pursuit of the reserve creation process, negotiation with the City of Regina for an MSA, arranging private financing for our community planning, our land use zoning, infrastructure on the Carry the Kettle lands, and implementing bylaws which are applicable to development, business, and tenancy activities expected in the future on the Carry the Kettle lands, but also in compliance with what currently the City of Regina's bylaws are. So a huge opportunity in respect to Carry the Kettle being able to participate in the economy and creating wealth for themselves, but also enhancing the quality of life for not only Carry the Kettle First Nations members, but for generations to come, and everyone else in our community. So a wonderful opportunity, and as the band starts working with Indigenous Services Canada in respect to establishing the reserve status, the Memorandum of Understanding provides them with the knowledge that we are working on a commitment to negotiate the Municipal Services Agreement for the development of these 300 acres of land. Thank you.
And again, so I just want to reiterate a lot of what Pat said. It is like when we do speak, it's not. This is we're not thinking short term. You know, we're thinking about the the years, the children yet to come. You know, like a long term relationship. And again, this is something that a lot of my people try and aim for, is something for the long term, and something that we can leave for the children yet to come, the generations yet to come. So just with that being said, a lot of what we said is just, this is a wonderful opportunity, and again, we just hope that we can keep moving forward in this more positive manner. So I know this is something we all talked about at reconciliation. So just, again, I just want to thank you guys for your time and listening to us.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mancinelli, you have a question?
I do. I have a couple. Thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much for making yourself available for questions. I appreciate your time. Through the chair, you mentioned a concept plan. I'm wondering if that's something that will be shared anytime soon, or something we can view to have an idea. There's been many questions about this project, and just wondering if there's some resolution I can provide to the residents who are asking. Through the chair.
Yes. First of all, the concept plan needs to be approved by the Carry the Kettle membership. That will take place at the end of this month. And as soon as that is completed, we'll provide you with the approved concept plan that the Carry the Kettle membership approved.
Thanks for that. Just to follow up, last week when we first talked about this matter, I asked the question if this was in line with the official community plan. It was indicated it was. In viewing the plan in this area and the land set aside that's being talked about, that land doesn't come into play till we hit around the 500,000 person population level. All the lands in the northwest corner up to the 300,000 population levels have been spoken for, as well as the infrastructure needed to provide those homes and amenities in those areas. Noticing the news media, this project's been talked about possibly turning shovels as early as March, and I'm just really confused about how things fit together and how to communicate to the people asking me questions. So I'm wondering if you can provide me any information or something that I could help cooperate to facilitate this reconciliation and help along any way I can.
Sure. Chief, do you want me to answer that?
Yeah, I think it was just the media, the March. I think we're kind of more or less on the idea that we would start planning around March. That because the land would be designated around March, and if everything went well, we would start looking at, I guess when, like again, we went to the membership for the concept plan and anything else. But if everything went well, we would start looking at possibility of like the planning phase in March, not actually shovels on the ground.
Thank you for that. I've noticed the media sometimes puts words in a person's mouth, so I felt that before. I appreciate that. Sorry, I don't mean to be distracting. Just out of curiosity, you mentioned the reserve creation process, and that's what you were looking to go through here. How long does that process take, do you think?
So we have, we've been in talks with Canada now. Currently, right now, we have a couple of our ladies being trained along with Canada's legal team to, I guess, do an information session in about 2 weeks' time, and the vote will happen in 30 days after that. So we're assuming a vote would happen on March 26th of next month, and after that vote, it would be, I guess, hopefully sooner than later, be I guess reserve status. But the vote will happen on March 26th.
Thank you. One more follow-up question. I sit on 2 regional committees as a councillor. On both of them, we're looking for Indigenous shared planning and trying to get buy-in from RMs and surrounding communities. I noticed in an interview you did with CBC this morning, I heard that this land's been in Carry the Kettle's possession for quite a number of years. Knowing that it's bordering right on the backyard of Regina and not incorporated in the 300,000 population count, is there any reason why that happened? Is there any responsibility to the city for not incorporating Carry the Kettle in the planning, or is this just how things came to fruition through a natural process?
I imagine this kind of came how it was supposed to be. I just assumed that for some reason that maybe the people who did buy, again, this is prior to my time, but maybe there was just I'm hoping maybe a strategic plan, but again, that's just how I see it. I can't speak on behalf of the people who did speak or did purchase land at the time, but it is kind of for my leadership that, just speaking to me, that it actually did come to this point. Again, I'm just grateful. Again, I'm just trying to find methods where we can, I guess, work together in some sense. But yeah, we have other land like outside of Regina, like the rural areas and stuff. But again, that's all going to be part of the package of the designation work that will happen next month.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time, and thank you very much.
Councillor Zakidniak, did you have a question?
No, that was from before. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, I'd like to thank you for your presentation today very much. And you can now leave the meeting. Have a great night.
Thank you very much.
We'll now consider CR 21-17, City of Regina and Carry the Kettle Memorandum of Understanding. Councillor Bresciani, can you introduce the report, please?
Yes, thank you. As Deputy Mayor, I move the CR 21-17. Can I have a seconder, please?
Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. The Executive Committee recommended that the City Council approve this recommendation. It's contained in the report. And if approved, the City of Regina will enter into a more of a formalized Memorandum of Understanding with Carry the Kettle Nakota Nation to pursue a shared interest in economic growth that could result from development on lands that Carry the Kettle Nakota Nation owns in the northwest part of Regina. The MOU is not intended to and does not create any legal binding obligations on Carry the Kettle or the city, and any further agreements with respect to the municipal servicing and land development will be part of the municipal servicing agreement, which will supersede the MOU and will require approval of the City Council and Carry the Kettle Nakota Nation Band. That's it. Thank you. I ask for concurrence. And I would ask the city manager maybe if he has anything else he'd like to add.
Mr. Holden?
Through you, Mayor Masters. First, just to thank Chief Owatch and former Mayor Fiacco for their delegation and comments today. This is truly about just entering into an MOU that reinforces the importance of the relationship with our First Nation partners. As Councillor Bresciani has indicated, it's not binding on council, but it's a commitment that we will work together. There will be future servicing put in place between the First Nation and the city. And then, of course, their development plans have to align with our planning policies in terms of OCP, zoning, etc. So this is a great first step in terms of taking a journey together to add economic development and economic growth in our community.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, could I have you call the vote?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll begin with Councillor Bresciani, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Moule.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries unanimously, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll now consider item CR 21-18, City of Regina and George Gordon First Nation Municipal Services and Compatibility Agreement. Councillor Bresciani, would you please introduce the report?
Thank you. I move the CR 21-18 18. The City of Regina and George Gordon First Nation Municipal Services and Compatibility Agreement. The Executive Committee recommends that the City Council approve the recommendations contained in the report, and that you approve the Municipal Service and Compatibility Agreement between the City of Regina and the George Gordon First Nation, which is attached in the report. I would ask, this is another agreement, I would ask City Manager if he has anything he would like to add.
Let me turn that on. Mr. Holden.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. So this is a service agreement between George Gordon's and the city, and of course this is for the provision of services such as sewer, water, etc. What's really important to just advise, I think, residents of Regina is that George Gordon pay for those services. They pay the city in consideration for what municipal services, an equivalent of what the municipal and the library portion of property taxes would be. And of course, those annual amounts don't cover the costs which are normally provided by the city in terms of things that are paid for by a direct fee. So for water, for example, they do pay charges just like anyone else. Just the one clarification. At Exec Committee, we had a conversation about policing services. And policing services are negotiated through a separate contract with the RPS, but there is no additional charge for those services. So those are the services that whoever pays property taxes, obviously policing is included. So they arrange a separate agreement, but they do not pay anything additional. It's covered through those payments that they made to the city.
Thank you, Mr. Holden.
Thank you.
Would you like to close it, or would you like me to call the vote, Deputy Mayor? All right. Seeing no further questions. Sorry? You asked for a seconder? Okay, I got Councillor Stevens as a seconder. No further comments or questions. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you. I'll begin with Councillor Bresciani, please.
In favor.
Councillor Moll.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries unanimously, Mayor.
Apologize. Could you do four things at once? Okay. We have Kevin Coulteau representing the Ministry of Education, available to answer questions on the report in terms of a delegation. He's not doing a presentation, though, right? Okay. So we will now, considering he's on the line, we will now consider CR 21-19, Francophone School Land Request, Ken Jenkins School. Councillor Bresciani, can you introduce the report?
CR 21-19, Francophone School Land Request, Ken Jenkins. Can I have a seconder, please?
Councillor Shaw, thank you.
Thank you. I move City Council approve the lease of the city-owned parcel of land, former Ken Jenkins School site, to the Conseil d'École Francescois, as outlined in this report. Authorize administration to finalize any other commercial relevant terms and conditions of these lease documents, and instruct the city clerk to execute the lease agreement documents as prepared by the city. An administrative error was identified in point number 1 of the recommendations brought forward in the report. So in that, the proposed leasing was incorrectly stated in the report. So while the Ministry of Education covers the capital to construct the building, school divisions manage the operations and the agreement thereafter. Therefore, the motion I brought forward does include the required amendments of removing the site. The cited Ministry of Education, so as the leasee to the Conseil d'École Francescois. Would I need a seconder on that? Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for the delegation? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Coulteau, for showing up today with us. You can go about your day now and leave the meeting. Are there any questions on the motion as amended? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Sorry, I do have one.
Apologies. Councillor Skidniak?
I think it was a bit delayed. Thank you. So I just have a question for administration. So we talked about how the road needed, it's not a collector road in front of that school. And I just want to ask what are the next steps in terms of engaging with the community and keeping the community in the loop as plans progress to address the traffic that will, the increase in traffic in that area. So I'm asking as the counselor for that ward, so if I get questions about that or just to understand how the residents will be kept in the loop in that process.
Mr. Lacey?
So through you, Mayor Masters, so this is part of the transaction because it's city land. This is seeking approval to lease the land for the construction of that school. Like any property, they would then need to seek building permits and do whatever associated studies are required, such as traffic studies. I think that I would address that issue, and perhaps I'll ask Ms. Hauer-Luck if she would like to add what additional work would be done at that time when the permit comes forward.
Thanks, Mayor Masters. So yes, the applicants would need to come forward with a development application that would go through the process where we would do an analysis of the traffic impacts for that to see if any additional information would be required, or additional arrangements on the road that might be required. There'd be a public process if it is deemed to be a discretionary use. I just can't say right now whether or not it would go through that process. And then, of course, we would do all of the building permit requirements because it is an existing site. There would be all of the requirements for landscaping, et cetera. That would be part of the development application.
Okay, thank you. As a follow-up, so when, in terms of keeping residents in the loop as this progresses, should I follow up with you, Mrs. Harlock, in terms of what are the stages where information should be shared or potential consultation? So if I'm curious about the progress, would you be the person to connect with as this develops?
Through you, Mayor Masters. Yes, we can go offline and I'll get you more information with respect to the development permit application process.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor LeBlanc?
Thank you. This may be a question for Mr. Weary, the city solicitor. So last time we'd had a discussion at the executive committee about us selling essentially for $600,000 and then leasing the land for $1 a year, and I noted that was below the market value and asked what might justify that. I was pointed toward the land development regulations, which do in fact say on my read, if you are to lease it, you can only charge an annual lease of $1. I'm just wondering if you can point us in the right direction on what creates our obligation to find this sort of land to provide for schools, which then triggers the obligation to only charge $1. So are we legally obligated to find these sort of spots for schools and then lease it for $1 a year? Can you just point me in the right direction on that?
Mr. Weary?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I believe that it's contained in recent changes to legislation that caused the restructuring of how land gets dedicated for school sites. But I might actually defer that question back to Ms. Hauerleck and her team, because they're the ones that deal with it day to day in terms of how land, or perhaps Mr. Lacey and his team in terms of how land gets assembled and dedicated for that purpose.
Who would like that question? Ms. Howerlick?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. So with school sites, there is legislation that says school sites are to be accommodated on municipal reserve lands. That's right out of the Planning and Development Act. In this case, it is an infill school, and so they came to us to look at what opportunities did we have to accommodate this, looking at whatever lands that we had available. But it is our requirement to provide the MR space for new schools to be built.
Thank you. So maybe just asking a follow-up and reframing. So would it be fair to say if we're not leasing this particular land for $1 a year, we would have to lease some other land for $1 a year to set up a school? Is that accurate?
Through you, Mayor Masters, yeah, we need to work collaboratively with the Ministry of Education. There's a need, and yes, we would try and find a solution for a school site. In this case, with infill schools, it's, as we know, the ministry's building Pius and Argyle. It is difficult, so we try and work, obviously collaboratively to try and find the best location that'll meet with minimizing the impact it has to the existing neighborhoods.
Great, thank you.
Seeing no further questions, Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you. I'll begin with Councillor Bresciani, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnicek.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Mole.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries unanimously, Mayor.
Thank you. We will now consider CR 21-20, Heritage Community Association Garden Lease. Councillor Bresciani, can you please introduce the report?
Thank you. I move CR 21-20, the Heritage Community Association Garden Lease. Can I have a seconder, please? Thank you. This is just to approve the lease of city-owned property to the Heritage Community Association and for the purpose of an outdoor garden. The Heritage Community approached the City of Regina requesting to install a community garden located adjacent to the lease area at 1654 11th Avenue, so the old number 1 fire hall. And the garden is to be accommodated on the west side of the old number 1 fire hall as indicated, until such time that the new space is available through the redevelopment of the MJB. So, but this was through discussion, it came through the Heritage Community for the need of a garden lease. And I ask for concurrence.
I'm just waiting. All right, seeing no questions or oh, nope, Councillor Stadnicek.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. So one question that I was thinking about after executive committee that I didn't ask is whether or not there are, like what the supply of water would be from the city and whether or not we supply that without cost to the community association for the garden.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. So there are a number of other community associations that also have community gardens that we lease lands to. So typically it is the community association that's responsible for paying for their water, and they're invoiced for that at the end of the season. In this situation, we're currently determining how that water would be metered and billed from the building's current water source.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Seeing no further questions, Mr. City Clerk, please call the vote.
Councillor Bresciani, please.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Mole.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnicek.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Findura. Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries unanimously, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll now consider the remaining bylaws, and I will turn it over to the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Lori Bresciani, will do the readings.
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor Findura, that bylaws 2021-6, 2021-7, and 2021-13 be introduced and read a first time.
Anyone opposed to first reading? Seeing none?
I move, seconded by Councillor LeBlanc, that bylaws 2021-6, 2021-7, and 2021-13 be read a second time.
Apologies. Are there any comments? Seeing none?
I move, seconded by Councillor Shaw, that Council hereby consents to 2021-6, 2021-7, and 2021-13 going to a third reading at this meeting.
Anyone opposed?
Unanimous?
Seeing none.
I move, seconded by Councillor Zakidniak, that bylaws 2021-6, 2021-7, and 2021-13 be read a third time.
Any comments or questions? Seeing none, Mr. City Clerk, please call the vote. Oh, I can call the vote?
Yeah.
Any opposed?
Carried.
Carried.
And all adjourned.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani, for the motion to adjourn. Say it again. And I need a seconder. Oh, okay, everyone. Councillor Shaw. Thanks to administration. Thanks to the clerk.